Hey, what's going on? My name is CK, and I want to tell you about a great group called the Black Balance Network. The Black Balance Network is a cooperative of black content creators that provide opinions and commentary. We are all about supporting the individual, collective, and community, as well as supporting businesses and ideas to the grassroots level. The group includes Business Minded Talk, D. Durrell, Love Wisdom, Faith, Ray Ray the Awareness Channel, and the Screen Learning Channel. Be sure to check us out, and we look forward to providing you with great content. So what are you waiting for? Why haven't you subscribed yet? You should be subscribing. Click the notification bell, share all of the video links, and share the channel. Please support us, and we look forward to providing you with great content. See you soon.
Hi, this is Faith, and you are watching the Faith Jones channel. Please tune in early mornings between Wednesdays and Saturdays, where I do my early morning rides in the truck, and I talk about all types of different things on my mind. The topics are usually random, but I talk about everything from politics, religion, family, love, sex, you name it, is here. And you can also catch me some mornings and evenings on between Sunday and Tuesday, where I do the late night wind down. So please smash that like button, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and do share to your community tabs and other social medias. Let the Faith Jones channel be known worldwide. Tell all your friends. See ya. All right, what's up, everybody? Let's try this again, part 2. I did a mic check. I had to get with my family, had to get with my BBN fam this morning and do this mic check. She said that I came through clear this morning, so hopefully the audio issues have been cleared up. If not, please let me know, because I'm not doing no more broadcasts this morning. 2 in a row. Y'all, I must really, really like y'all to do this. But at any rate, I am live. It is October 22nd, Thursday, and it's 7 a.m. in Phoenix. How you guys doing? All right, so the last time I was on here, I was talking about the real reason why we as Black people choose the Democratic Party. And so I was also kind of divvying it up as the reason why Black men and Black women seem to be on opposite sides of the political spectrum. So we were breaking all that down. And you know what? I got to go through this whole spiel again. Ain't that about nothing? But you know, I had been listening to a lot of other content creators. Shout out to O'Shea Jackson. Check out his channel. But he did a video on 50 Cent. And it really got me thinking about how there are a lot of people that aren't just voting with their emotions, but a lot of Black men especially, they're voting in their best interests. And what I mean by that is 50 Cent is a real good example. 50 Cent was basically saying that he did not agree with the Biden tax hike for the rich and the elite. Biden's tax hike would increase taxes for those making well over 6 figures to 62% tax rate. And so he was saying that he did not think that that was a good idea. So there's a lot of people, you know, this is going to affect people that's making like well over 150,000 a year, business owners, etc. So in looking at that, you know, I was just looking at how there's a difference in how people are voting based on that alone. But in the Black community, it gets a little bit deeper, because then it goes straight into gender and how people got to where they are. And usually people vote along those lines. And here's a real good example of what I'm talking about here. Now, I don't know if you guys remember when Bill Clinton first put in that welfare to work reform plan back in the 90s. The 90s is when that started out. But if you go to before Clinton's welfare to work program, I remember that there was a time when there were a lot of women on welfare and they had no restrictions. That was like the late 70s, early 80s. So it didn't matter how many kids you had or any of that. You were not required to do anything to get the assistance except qualify, be poor. So other than that, the women, I remember back in the late 70s, early 80s, they didn't go to work. I remember growing up and I used to see girls like 16, 17 years old. They would get their food stamps, they would get their cash assistance, and then next thing you know, they would get those apartments over in the projects. I remember when they Ida B. Well project was up, and you saw a lot of young women moving into those projects in like the late 70s, early 80s. Okay. And so the reason why I said that is because during that time when there was no incentive, I did not see a whole lot of black women in a hurry to go to school. I'm just going to be real honest about it. During that time, was nobody rushing to go to no school before the welfare to work program. And so when I was growing up and I was watching all of this, go on, it seemed like a normal thing, where you didn't really have marriage, or sometimes you did have marriage, but the marriage always seemed to come after the children. But I don't want to turn that into that type of topic, okay? I want to stay on topic and talk about why there is a psychological difference between black men and black women as far as voting down the party lines. So I'm going to lay out the foundation and the groundwork for you. So now the women were very comfortable. They were getting their Section 8. They were eating. The kids were eating, getting taken care of. Wasn't nobody thinking about no child support. Okay, let's just be honest. Before Clinton's welfare to work program, even the women were not even thinking about child support. I'm just going to be honest. From what I saw, those girls was getting their little food stamps. They was getting their little check every month. And the only time that they really, really wanted to be bothered with the father is, for other things. Like they just want the companionship or the sex or whatever. I'm just going to be completely honest about that whole situation. And yeah, I'm talking about women of a certain low income, growing up in a certain low income area with a certain type of poverty mindset. Because I do understand that this does not speak to all black women. So please do not come flooding up in here talking about faith over here, generalizing all black women, because that's not what I'm doing. Okay, I'm just talking about what I saw growing up. Now in the 80s, I was a kid, I was in grammar school. But I remember seeing this. I remember my aunties that lived in the projects, they just stayed at home all day. There was no man in the house. And they were pretty damn comfortable in the projects, not working, doing anything. Okay, there was no argument about what the daddy doing and what he ain't doing. He just wasn't there. Now you fast forward to the 90s, okay? That's when things start getting a little bit more shaken up because you started getting this little crime bill, the Clinton Biden crime bill, that ended up just throwing a lot of black men into prison. And I'm talking about for little crimes, not big crimes. You could jaywalk and end up in jail somewhere. That's how bad it was. But meanwhile, while Clinton Biden had a program for black men that basically put them in jail, Clinton Biden had a different program for black women that gave us the opportunity to get education. And let me break that down for you. That was the welfare to work program. So no longer were the women able to be comfortable and just sit up and have all these babies. I remember when these chicks was having like 5, 6 kids. And every time they had a kid, that not only did the food stamp check increase, but also the cash assistance increased. That was back before Clinton's welfare reform. So these women were sitting up here with all them kids, and they was getting anywhere between $1,200 to $1,400 a month in cash, and an exorbitant amount of money in food stamps while they was sitting up here living in this government housing. What's up? I am pretty damn gangster. She says she's listening while working. That's what's up. So when Clinton passed that law, there was a lot of women upset. I'm just gonna be honest. I saw a lot of females crying during that time. I had to be like about 16, 17 years old. And I remember my auntie, especially because she had been like on her second generation of just collecting the welfare check, and she hadn't worked a day in her life. And so I remember her and her friends, they was like sitting around the table talking about, the change in the laws. And they were like upset, belly aching about it and all this type of stuff. And one of the chicks said, man, I got to work 25 hours a week to get this welfare check. And then I remember my auntie was like, shoot, I'm not working. They got it where you can still get your check if you just go to school. And so this is how Black women got the opportunity. I'm just walking y'all down the timeline. Y'all bear with me. This is how Black women got the opportunity to go to school and learn trades. Because beforehand, before Clinton's welfare to work program, wasn't nobody trying to go to school. Everybody was comfortable with their little Social Security, with their little welfare check, with their food stamps, and with their little government housing. They was satisfied. They was comfortable with that shit. Then when Clinton came, pulled the rug out from under their feet, everybody was scrambling, trying to figure out what was the most comfortable way for them to still get their benefits, but not have to do too much. So a lot of women chose to go to school. Nobody hardly chose to do the 25 hours of community service. So you got everybody with the government help paying for college. You got everybody with the government help getting trades. And when I say everybody, I mean mostly the Black women in the Black community. Okay, white women too, but white women wasn't really trying to go to work like that. A lot of them would rather just do the community service. Okay, so black women from the very beginning, we had two different programs. One program put Black men in jail, that was under the Clinton Biden administration, and then the other program under the Clinton Biden administration sent Black women to school. And because a lot of Black women started getting those degrees, you started getting your associate's degree, you started getting your bachelor's degree. I ain't gonna lie, I saw a lot of women with their little ass on their back because they got their little degree. It was kind of like, look at me now, look at me now. And back then, when they got their degree, they went from making about 15,000, 20,000 a year on public assistance. Today was getting anywhere between 37,000 to 45,000 a year. Okay, and that was a lot of money to them back then. And back then, for some people, it was a come up, depending on where you live. You graduate, you get out, you make 37, 45,000 a year. For some people, that was a come up. Okay. But then on the opposite end, where the men were programmed to go to prison, Black women did not have any good counterpart. So then you started hearing the rumblings of Black women talking about they don't have a good selection of men. Because remember, I told you, we were on two different programs. One program for the men was going straight to prison. That was the only program the government gave them. The program that the government gave black women was welfare to work or school. You see how the two different programs were clashing? So now, fast forward to today, as the Clintons' welfare to work program started taking off, and you got all these black women educated up. But let's look at the programs that they geared towards black women in the black community. Because I remember coming up in that era, I remember they had a lot of CNA programs in the black communities where you can, for nothing, go to a community college, you don't pay nothing. It was through the government. You can get your CNA certificate. And then after you got your CNA certificate, they put you on a fast track through the same community college to go into the nursing program. And all of it was paid for. You didn't have to pay not one dime of that money back. Meanwhile, black men were getting in, they was going out of prison, in and out, in and out. While we getting our education, our men is in and out of prison. And Cecile said it on the last live stream that I had to take down because of the audio issues. I really hope that my audio is clear today. Y'all let me know if I'm clear or not clear. But Cecile made a really good point because she was saying that they took a lot of the trade programs out of the high schools. And I do remember that they did do that. When I was going to high school in Chicago, I do remember that they had trade programs. You could learn welding in high school. You learn wood shop. They had the mechanic program. They had all them programs in high school. But slowly but surely, the Clinton Biden administration dismantled those programs so that they could pay for the welfare to work incentives. So if you want to know where that money got redistributed, ladies, that's where it got redistributed. Okay? So while they were taking away the programs that were primarily helping black men, they swapped them out with business programs. If you notice, there were a lot of business prep high schools propping up in the black community, business and administration programs. Because I remember my daughter was in a business and administration program in her high school. They took out auto shop. They took out all the programs where the boys was learning how to learn trades working with their hands. It was more geared towards women. Everything in our community began to be geared more towards women, professions that were primarily stuff that women would do. Now, mind you, the men could take part in those programs too. They could. So if a boy in high school, took a business and administration program and he got his little certificate or whatever, he could use that to get a job. But here's the kick behind that. By the time a lot of these guys graduated from high school, they had prison records. Okay? They had prison records. And then also by black women being a double minority, when we got out of high school, we can go right into those customer service careers. Let's just be honest, a lot of us is getting them customer service jobs. The little jobs as a front desk receptionist. I had one. We were going right into those jobs out of high school with no prison record. Because remember, while we were going from welfare to work, our men were going from the streets to prison. So even after the rug got pulled out from under us, as far as just being able to sit up on welfare and not do anything, we were still afforded an opportunity to help ourselves. We were still afforded an opportunity to get a hand up through the government assistance programs that they had out here for women. But our men were not afforded that same opportunity. I'm just trying to walk you guys down the timeline once again. So fast forward to the Obama administration, okay? Fast forward to Obama. Okay, he was supposed to make it where, we were going to get more jobs and everything was going to be better and all this. Not really. Nothing really changed too much under Obama at all. And I remember this because as my children started getting old enough to go to work, they wanted their little job so they can have a little change in their pocket while they go to school. I remember my daughter having to travel 1 hour, sometimes 2 hours. My son, 1 hour, sometimes 2 hours, because there were no opportunities in Black urban areas. All of the jobs were way in the suburbs where white people live. So if you wanted to get a job that was worth anything, where you could get some kind of college credit, you had to travel. Even the UPS facility, they had a Hoskins, Illinois facility. That was the only facility that was hiring Blacks out of the urban community. And there was no bus or no train that went out there. I remember the train would only go so far out there, and then the Hoskins facility paid a shuttle to shuttle you over there. And that was a very long process because there were no warehouse jobs available in the inner cities. So I'm just trying to, give you what my experience was versus all this political talk that a lot of people like to do. Because at the end of the day, I know what I saw in my community. And I saw a lot of Black men that wasn't working, that didn't have jobs, that was just constantly in and out of jail. That's what I saw. But now, fast forward to the Trump administration. Fast forward to the Trump administration. Trump gets in office and he says, okay, this is what I'm going to do within my first 4 years. I'm going to pass the First Step Act. Okay, that was the first thing that he did. And a lot of people didn't even know nothing about the First Step Act. And then when they did, even after they did find out about it, it was heavily criticized. But mind you, it was the only bill that offset Clinton's 3 strikes law. And thousands of minorities, mostly Black people, were released from prison who were serving long sentences for non-violent crimes. Thousands. Something that did not happen under the Obama administration. Then we had the opportunity zones. Okay, within the first year of the opportunity zones, where you had larger businesses investing in small minority businesses to open up a venue where these smaller Black businesses that could not get any type of access to corporate funds or any type of access to business loans, DOD, the First Step Act was something that Trump actually worked on and that he bought before Congress. So yeah, Trump bought the bill before Congress, my man, my brother, and Congress passed it. But it was a Trump administration bill because I guarantee you, Biden and Clinton, they wasn't trying to pass anything that was going to offset the First Step Act. And if they did not pass it, the Trump administration would have turned around and shamed them for tearing down that bill. Go back and read about it, my brother. All bills have to pass through Congress, but it's a lot of politics involved with it. Now, that First Step Act was under the Obama administration, but guess what? Guess who could not be bothered to sign the act into law before he left office? Guess who could not be bothered to bring the bill in front of Congress all while he was sitting up in there? Guess who could not be bothered to do that while he was in office? Now, I know you don't like Trump, but as soon as he got in office, that was the first thing he bought before Congress. No, I'm not about to drop the link. But see, I'm not going to sit up here and argue with y'all all day. I'm not going to do it. You just go back and read it for yourself. Go back and see when that First Step Act, it wasn't even called the First Step Act when Obama was in office, by the way. Obama had a whole year to do that. So why couldn't he have been bothered to do it while he was there and make history? But anyway, let me continue on. Oh yeah, and for now on, I'm not dropping this link no more. You know, getting up on my panel is gonna be a privilege now. Cause I drop the link and y'all sit up here, come on here cussing and carrying on, acting crazy, and then I end up not being monetized. Uh DOD, the Republicans did not block the First Step Act. They did not. But like I said, you're going to have to go back and look that up for yourself. I'm not going to take you through that history lesson. Obama never even brought the bill to Congress. He never did. How the Republicans are going to block him from doing anything, DOD, and he never took the bill up to be voted on. You could go straight to the government website and you can see all the bills that they brought up to be voted on. The First Step Act, or whatever they called it during Obama's time, was never brought before Congress. Go look it up yourself. While you're over here arguing with me, go back and look. It's up there. You'll see it wasn't even brought before Congress. I mean, I be sitting up here getting tired of y'all constantly caping for Obama when he ain't did nothing, not a goddamn thing. And here's the thing. If I'm a black president sitting in office and I got this awesome bill that's going to help my people get out of prison, and you got the Republicans blocking it, don't you think he should have sounded the alarm on that? So that the next time anybody goes to vote, we can know who not to vote for. But the reason he wasn't sounding the alarm on that, DOD, is because he didn't do a damn thing. I know Obama, your boy and everything, but he didn't do all that you thought he did. All right. Yeah, because I get so sick and tired of black people and they bland love for Obama. But me, I'm sitting up here talking about programs that Trump actually put through Congress and actually got passed. Trump did. I'm going by the results. But where was that? Oh yeah, as far as the opportunity zones. So now you got the opportunity zones in urban black areas. And no, it's not a perfect program by any stretch of the imagination. So I don't want you people running up in here talking about, oh yeah, that the opportunity zones ain't do nothing, blah 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 blah. Because we like to do a lot of talking down on anything that Trump put in office. But all of them programs that Obama and Clinton put in for minority businesses didn't do a goddamn thing either. And I don't hear none of y'all talking down on none of them programs. But what I did see, and this is what I was trying to tell Stacey, because she was saying the same thing about the Biden Clinton programs. Those programs been in for decades. Black businesses never was able to prosper off of any of those Biden, Clinton, and Obama programs. But now you have the opportunity zones, especially over in Detroit, Baltimore, Chicago, places like that. I have seen a change. I have seen these larger corporations partner with the smaller minority corporations and small minority businesses in order to give small business owners an opportunity. Did a whole lot of them take advantage of it? No, because you have to actually want to take advantage of the programs. There was a lot of people that just simply did not. I'm just going to be honest and put it out there. Now, the people that were in the urban areas that did take advantage of those programs were mostly non-black, not minorities. Non-black minorities. But black people, those of us that claim that we wanted the opportunity, we did not take advantage of the opportunity zones. I'm just going to put that out there. And see, it's real hard for black people to digest the fact that we set up and we just twiddled our thumbs on a lot of things. But that money was out there, it was for us to get, and we didn't grab it. And then I see Koja Malik up in here. Cynthia, what's up, Cynthia? Obama couldn't get help on anything with Republicans over both Senate and House. In his last term, he couldn't pass gas. Yeah, but what about the first 4 years when he didn't have both of them in office? Because, see, I see Trump in his first 4 years getting stuff done. And he had to fight tooth and nail with a Democratic Congress and still getting stuff done. So all y'all excuses why Obama couldn't do anything, his hands was tied. Oh my God, he sure enough got laws passed for the LGBTQ though. See, this is why, we gonna stay with the blinders on because we keep making excuses. We love making excuses. But at any rate, we have the opportunity zones, which once again is a Donald Trump policy helping black businesses. Now, some of those businesses that did enter into the urban areas, granted, they were not black, but they hired a lot of black people within the community. And the reason why I saw the difference is because I saw the difference in my children when they're going to school. They could actually go to work, and instead of taking a bus and 2 trains and another bus to get way out to somewhere where they can work and make money, there were opportunities within their own community where all they had to do was take one bus and they're right where they need to be. There were actual jobs within the community being created in those opportunity zones. And I attribute that to the Trump administration. Because like I said, when Trump passed that law where he gave businesses those tax cuts, that was the first time my job gave me 3 raises in 1 year. Like I said, my cousin, he worked at UPS. UPS was able to increase their tuition reimbursement program by 30%. So those tax cuts for the businesses did help out quite a few people. And this is what I was saying the last time in the last stream that I was saying. Black people don't understand how business works. And I know a lot of people don't like trickle down politics. Y'all don't like trickle down politics. What we really like, we like the handouts. And what the Democrats do every election year, they do the same thing. They come into our communities, they don't talk to us, they don't negotiate with us. All they do is they go into these black churches where, again, there's mostly black women. I'm just going to be honest. And they say things like, oh, the Republicans are going to cut back on programs affecting your community, Social Security. They always throw that Social Security out there because they know that that affects our black elder and it affects the people that are receiving disability checks. The food stamp program. It's the same stuff every year. They never talk to us. They never negotiate with us. They never tell us how they're going to help us drive down crime in our community. They never sit up and talk to us about adding more jobs to our communities, especially to our youth. They never come to us and talk to us about adding more programs that's going to help these young men learn trades. They never do that. And yeah, trickle down. Trickle down politics never worked for us, especially not under the Democratic administration. And I remember there was at one time Hillary Clinton was talking about trickle down politics, and none of y'all had nothing to say about it then. Y'all love Hillary. As a matter of fact, if Hillary Clinton could have gotten in office instead of Donald Trump, y'all would have been pleased to freaking death. But Hillary Clinton talked about trickle down politics. Koja Malik, DOD, where was y'all at to laugh at her? See, it's not funny when the Democrats say it, but when the Republicans come out with actual programs that really have been working, I really haven't seen actual changes in the community. You all act as if you don't see the change. There are more and more black people waking up to the fact that the Democrats have pretty much dropped the ball with the black community for several decades. Well, DOD, tell Hillary Clinton that if trickle down politics is a Republican thing, tell Hillary that. Like I said, you have your picks and chooses. But I'm going with the results, not what I feel. And it felt damn good to get them 3 raises in 1 year. It felt damn good to see my children being able to work and not have to travel so far outside their community. But you know, the gaslight is real in Black America because, like I said, the bottom line is our benefits. That's all we care about. Now, going back to this whole welfare dependency, because that's what the Democrats bank on. That's the reason why they don't negotiate with us, because they know that our community has a really bad welfare dependency. And that's how a lot of Black women came up, by the way, through these social programs. Black women were able to come up through the social programs. Black men were not. That's just the honest truth of the matter. But when you tell these truths, you got your clowns that want to sit up here and gaslight. What do you think happens to businesses when the cost of doing business in the United States becomes too expensive for them? What do you think will happen if you had to take 60% of your business earnings and spend it out into taxes? Who do you think that's going to affect? See, this is the stuff that Black people, we don't think about. Because, see, we don't care about the businesses. When we think about businesses, we think about white people. And we really want to stick it to the white people because they got that money. They can just afford to just keep paying out. And we don't even care about the Black business owners because they got that money. How dare they go out and be successful? They got enough money to give back. So they should spend more than half of their earnings. That's not fair. That's not fair at all. When you look out for businesses, Culture Malik, that is the protection for workers. Majority of the time when businesses can have a larger surplus of earnings that they don't have to spend back out into taxes, that usually comes back to the workers in the form of better benefits and raises. But see, we don't think like that. Instead, we always complaining about what we ain't getting and who owe us. That person that owned that business or that corporation owe us. So we gon' hit them where it hurts in their pockets. But then you turn around when that business or that corporation not expanding because they're paying out half of their profits in taxes. When they're not expanding, when they're not creating more jobs, when the wages are not going up, when the benefits suck ass, then you sit up and you don't understand why these companies so stingy. Why these companies so stingy? They could give us better healthcare benefits than this. How come I only got a 25-cent raise? I've been working here for 29 years. Where's my raise? But then the Democrats come and they say, don't worry about going to work. Don't worry about having a job. Don't worry about having any type of future. Because we got these welfare benefits. You could go and put your child on Social Security for a speech impediment. We gonna give you some Section 8 and some food stamps, and you gonna be all right with just this little bit that we give you. But now the Republicans come and they say, no, what we're going to do is we're going to cut taxes for the businesses, make it more attractive for the businesses to come back to this country, make it cost less for them to do business here in the United States. And with that extra money that the businesses are saving because they're not paying out as much in taxes and tariffs, the businesses can now offer their employees better benefits, raises. And so what ended up happening was Black men under this Trump administration started having access to more. I know that there were internships before, but now there is an increase in what was not available to us. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. So now we have internships within the Black community. So now we have companies offering tuition reimbursement to young Black men so they can also go to school and get an education and not have to do it through the armed forces. Because usually when Black men come up, that is usually what they have to do. They have to go into the military. But with the jobs coming back into the urban communities, I see a lot more Black men taking advantage of the tuition reimbursement programs, internships, and I see a lot more Black men now earning over $67,000 a year. And so now with Black men seeing that they have these opportunities outside of these social programs helping them, you have a lot of Black men who are Trump supporters now. You have these Black men who are able to do different things for their businesses under this administration, take advantage of these tax cuts that this administration has put out there. You have a lot of Black men seeing things differently than Black women because, once again, the Democratic program basically helped Black women through their social programs. The Republican Trump program basically helped a lot of Black men through their community work programs. So it's two different things, two opposite sides of the coin. Whereas the Democratic side of it, the only program they had for Black men was from the streets to jail. From the streets to jail, that's all they had. So if you want to know why there's a disparity between Black men and Black women and the lines that we like to vote across, this is why. Black women came up under social programs, Black men didn't. Black women got a handout under these Democratic social programs, Black men didn't. Let me see what you guys are talking about down here. Faith, there are corporations giving CEO and shareholder millions of dollars and the workers get $2 raises. And you're laughing at the $2 raise on DOD. What were the corporations giving the workers prior to this? Because I bet you if your company gave you a $2 raise, you would not turn it down. You know, y'all, you black people, y'all kill me. Y'all kill me. So if you can go from making $13 an hour to $15 an hour, you would turn it down because the corporations get more money than you. You think that you not having put no type of thought or work in should get more than them, huh? You know, this is how we figure. We figure like niggas, I tell you. But I remember those days when the welfare to work program first started and people were beside themselves on what they were going to do. Because I remember a lot of black men too growing up laying up on their mama's sofa. Mama was not trying to encourage them to go to school or do nothing with their lives. Nothing. Like I said, if black men wasn't going to jail, they was going to the military. I had quite a few young black men in my neighborhood. They're successful right now too. Most of the black men that I know that went into the military and got their schooling and training in the military, they're doing just fine now. Even though I will agree the military is not for everybody, but that's how a lot of black men were able to come up because there were no other programs but either you go to jail or you go to the military. There was no other programs for them. And I'm a black woman saying this, and it don't hurt me or take nothing away from me to acknowledge that, because it needs to be said, it needs to be acknowledged. And I saw a lot of these women when they first started going to the welfare to work programs and they started going to school and getting these degrees and different things for themselves. It wasn't the point of black women coddling their sons and raising their daughters, but it was the point of there were no opportunities for black men like there were for black women. And I need you all to kind of understand this once and for all. And I know this is going to go over a lot of people's heads while y'all down there playing. Y'all down there playing, and I'm serious. Because I've heard a lot of people say this. Black women raise their daughters but coddle their sons. That's not entirely true. There are two dynamics at work in the system. Because even with all the education that black women get, no black woman paid out of her pocket for none of her children to go to school. So she taught her daughter how to get those education opportunities the same way she got through the social programs. The only social program that will help a black boy is the military. And see, I need you all to wrap your mind around what I'm trying to tell you right now. Because I do believe that if there was a social program that was also extended to young black men, black mothers would have pointed him in that direction. But as it stood, the only social programs that was helping anybody go to school were social programs that were primarily geared towards women. So that is the reason why mama sat up here and encouraged her son to play basketball. That's the reason why mama sat up here and encouraged her son to play football. That's the reason why mama sat up here and encouraged her son to go to the military. Think about it. Think about what I'm saying to you before you go cracking jokes. Mama Rain says, I don't see the problem with social programs. The problem is this. They don't, the social programs elevate the women and cripple the men. That's the problem with it, Mama Rain. When you look at the disparities between welfare to work and the three strikes law, those are two different programs with two different agendas. Welfare to work primarily helped nothing but women. Where were the programs for our men? There was none. So our men were out here pretty much just trying to hustle and do it for themselves. And that's where the three strikes law came. And that was the only program for them, from the streets to jail. That's why I have an issue with these social programs. On the one hand, it helped a lot of Black women raising these children alone. And it also helped a lot of Black women get education, learn job skills and trades. But what did it do for Black men? That's what I'm trying to get you all to see. And as women, we can't be one-sided. That's the problem. And this is the reason why there's such a huge gender war gap between Black men and Black women. And I see it clearly because a lot of us, I wouldn't call it selfish, but we're unaware of how these things have negatively affected our men. And some of us who claim to be aware, if you're aware, if you are aware, you can't sit up here and say that you don't have a problem with the social program that excludes helping your men. I have a problem with a social program that will only help me get a leg up, but it excludes helping my men. I got to sit here and watch my son struggle for every little thing that he do. Or I got to give him up to the military because that's the only way I see that he's going to have an opportunity. You see what I'm saying? Mama Rain says, I knew men who use programs to help them raise their children. What percentage of men are raising their children, Mama Rain? Because we can do this all day. We can act like it's fair all day. See, this is the problem that I have with a lot of our women. We gotta stop being selfish. We gotta stop acting as if these social programs are fair, because they're not. And that's the reason why I'm going to vote Trump. Because for the first time, I do see that there are certain programs opening up that's kind of helping our men outside of the military. I really hate the fact that when it came to our men, the only way that they could really get a leg up is through the service. And if men like 50 Cent and Ice Cube are going to go down to that White House and talk about these things and ask for these things, I have nothing but love for those brothers because they are on the right track. See, we as a people, we get so comfortable complaining about stuff, but we don't really actually see what the problem is. The problem is There's a lot of opportunity for Black women. The problem is, where's the opportunity for our men? And then this is the reason why you have a lot of Black women, when that welfare to work stuff finally rolled out and you start getting all these educated women in the community, all of a sudden, because whereas before there was no problem with Black women, finding men that they had stuff in common with, because everybody was poor. The women were poor and the men were poor. So there was no disparity. And, oh, I can't find a man on my level. But when this welfare to work thing happened and more Black women started getting educated and more Black men started going into the prison, there became a disparity. I'm just trying to walk you guys down a timeline so you guys can wake up and see what happened. So then that's when you started hearing the complaint. Oh, I can't find a man on my level. Of course you're not. There's not going to be a lot of men on your level if they keep going to prison. If there aren't any programs to elevate them the same way that there were programs to elevate you. This is what I need Black women to wake up and smell the coffee. Wake up. This is why. So why would you continue to support democratic policies that continue to subjugate your men? And I'm talking to the women now. Why would you continue to support democratic policies that continue to subjugate your men? Gia Girl says, well, perhaps in all this equal rights chaos, many trades and genres were combined or eliminated due to women saying it's male geared and not female or not neutral. Good point. Good point, Gia Girl. Era Black says, yes, I'm behind the rich, even if I'm poor. I see myself as a businessman regardless and will find my business to conduct at some point. So I'm thinking rich. And if I'm getting political, I'm voting that way. Exactly. See, Black people, we tend to vote with a poverty mindset. We tend to vote based off of, this is what I'm going to be losing. I'm going to be losing these benefits that I'm used to getting. And this is more or less Black women, not Black men, by the way. And that's why there's a voting disparity between Black men and Black women, because Black women have come up under this democratic system. This system has helped us tremendously, but it's done nothing for our men. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. And that's their complaint. So as a Black woman, it is my duty, my responsibility to try to break it down to you as to why there's this disparity between us. Now that Black men are finally seeing a way besides going into the military to make money and to have a hand up, that's the reason why a lot of them are voting for Trump. Now the rest of the Black men that ain't really trying to come up or do anything, they've been up under their mama and watching their mama, get these government handouts, and they pretty cool with living in her basement, and they got a prison record anyway. They don't care. You'll hear, those are the ones that you'll hear saying that they don't care about voting because it don't affect them one way or the other, because they really can't vote. I'm gonna put you up on game about that too. And usually when I hear brothers that talk like that, they done lost their voting rights a long time ago. Case in point, there was this guy that I was talking to, and even though he had turned his life around, he'd done some hard time in prison, but he managed to get out, get his little business going. He owns a little cake shop down here in Scottsdale, and he would always be talking that talk. Oh well, it don't affect me either way. I don't care who's in office. It don't really affect my bottom line either way. Then I find out that he did some federal time. Well, yeah, it don't affect you either way because you can't vote, my man. So while you out of the game, why you sitting up here discouraging others? And on top of that, you're a business owner, so it do kind of affect you. If you can't vote, the least you could do is try to convince those that can to vote in your best interest. But once again, we don't think like that. What's up, Sister George? Mama Rain says, hold on, I got this here. She said, my boys made it to adulthood without going to jail. That's a good thing, Mama Rain. And actually, that should be the norm. It's a shame that it's actually something that you have to pat yourself on the back when your young black men can make it without being arrested. But it's true though. It's kind of true. So I understand why we celebrate the fact that our boys can make it through the system without getting locked up. Because there's so many snares and traps out here for them to get caught up in the system. So if you can raise your boys and keep them out of this system, it's a good thing. Salute to you, Mama Rain. And Cremature says it actually made the minority more powerful than the majority at the time. Thanks Strom Thurmond for the deep at DOC. Koja Malik says Job Corps was an alternative to the military. Yeah, I remember Job Corps, but they cut back on a lot of their programs. Because I was looking at Job Corps some years back for one of my cousins, one of my younger cousins. Oh, excuse me. And they cut back on a lot of their programs. A lot of their facilities, as a matter of fact, ain't even open anymore. Sorry, y'all. I'm getting out this truck real quick. Just gonna detach from this trailer. Shit. All right. The H-1B1 is affecting us as well. This allows U.S. companies to employ people out of the USA to work in finances, accounting, engineering, etc. That's from ICAM. What's up, Viper Sniper? All right, I'm back in here. Whew, gotta get out from under this trailer, y'all. Oh wow. Hold on. Oh, I forgot to pull this trailer arm. Hold on a second. My slow behind. Whew. All right, y'all. I had a hard time getting that trailer arm loose, but I'm back. Yeah, Viper Sniper, I'm running late. Well, actually, I did a show this morning, but my audio was all screwed up, so I ended up having to do it again. Once I get up under this trailer, I might go ahead and open up the chat. I don't know. Some of y'all. Yeah, it's about an hour, 13 minutes in. I might go ahead and drop this link. All right. Say, Siri, you can only troll from the chat right now, huh? All right. Turn this off. Get my little fixings hooked up here. Well, if nobody comes up, I'm gonna call it a show. I really like the last show that I did because a little bit more was explained in depth. Seems like everything is harder for me to work with today. My glad hands all rusty. Got to sit up here and fight with this. Let's see if my trailer attached properly. Yeah. Oh, thanks, DOD. I appreciate it. And Sincere, I love you too, DOD. I mean, we get into each other's craw a little bit, but it's all right. That's what family do. All right. Gotta get this up. Well, I ought to have a million muscles cranking this handle. That joker was hard to turn too. What's up, Raw B? Sister Raw B in the house with the 499 super chat. You didn't see the link? I posted it. I thought I called myself posting it. Okay, I just posted it again. So if you don't see the link again, let me know. Whew. Yes, indeed, y'all. I have to catch my breath. Hell, that's a workout in and of itself, cranking that damn trailer hanger. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Here come trouble. What's what's up, Stacey?
Well, I really like I like people that challenge me intellectually, and we have to realize part of learning and becoming wise, because there were some things that you told me about in your opinion with the Trump program that I didn't know about that I agree with. So it's not always about just being so solid in our stance. It's about being open-minded, and especially if this is something that we're trying to look for is going to be in the best for us as Americans, and definitely for us as Black Americans, because like I said, they owe us big time. But I did want to push back a little bit what you said this morning. I was thinking about it when I was driving. You was like, oh, why would you vote for things just to stay the same with Biden? Outside of maybe a couple of things that you said about Trump and some of the deals that he's making that I definitely see help America, Trump is more of the same. That whole tax cut for corporations, tax cut from the wealthy, that's that's been a historical Republican talking point. Reagan did it, and Bush, who was his vice president at the time, called it they called it the trickle down effect. That if you cut the taxes for the rich, that it'll trickle down to the poor. It's going to be more jobs created, and let's just be clear: jobs does not equal wealth. It's more jobs created, but a lot of the burden still stands with the personal citizens. But let me stick, because then I want to talk about what he's doing with this payroll tax here. But let's stick with that. Economist after economist after economist, Republican, Democratic alike, stated that the trickle down economics does not work. It does not properly trickle down. It does nothing for the GDP. And that's how they determine whether or not it works. So, what they're looking at is, they said, what you're doing is you're just giving the rich more of an opportunity to get more richer. And they typically put this money up into buying back more stock or putting it up into some type of tax haven accounts. They're not properly spreading the wealth or trickling down per se that they would want you to believe. And I'm concerned about his payroll tax exemption that only is supposed to last at the end of the year, because we use the payroll tax to fund our Social Security and Medicare. So something has to fund it. People need to be realistic. Money just doesn't, I know we can print money, but at the same time, that money has to be paid back. So if it's not coming from payroll, where is it going to come from? Because it has to come from somewhere. Otherwise, the fund is going to dry out in 2035. And economists have also stated, maybe like you're saying, you see more money on the back end with your taxes. I mean, with your every weekly pay or every two, however you're getting paid. We tend to take the money and put it back into the economy, whereas the rich do not. So it actually benefits us to have more of a tax breaks or us to get more money than it does the super rich. And that's it. I want you guys to respond. See, we have somebody else on the panel, so I won't take up enough time. I'm going to go on mute.
Um,
What's up? What's up, Miss Cynthia? What's up? I saw you down
hey,
there. Here comes some more trouble. More trouble. What's up?
hey, but you know what she said? You know, when they talk about, oh, we're gonna change the taxes. For 2 years, I changed nothing in my taxes when I did. I always put extra in my taxes because that was my little savings plan. I know it's not the best vehicle, but it's what I did at the time. And the difference was, yeah, I brought more money home, but if I just wanted to bring more money home, I ain't had to do nothing but change my exemption status. When I did my taxes, I instead of the amount I normally get, which has always been consistent, I got about 4,000 and some $1,000 less. But I didn't need them to change my exemption status. I was going to get what I was going to get because, like I said, it was my savings vehicle. But they do take out my checklist. Now they take out less, but I'm going to have to pay it back at the end of the year because I don't, or either don't get an income tax return. So they didn't really give us anything. If it was something, it was a little than what we was getting before. We didn't need him to change our exemption status. I could have went to HR and told them to take out more or less. It still ain't changed too much on what we're paying or not paying for taxes. But Faith, I worked, though it was a lot of programs that's always been around. The only difference is during the years, the funding and who was persistent in getting them. Those same programs that they say they had for women, they had equivalent programs in my town. I can't say for everyone else. And I live in a small country town. We had what we call West Tech. They always had equivalent classes that were more male oriented. They had the plumbing, they had the welding, the air condition repair classes, and those were free. A lot of the girls um took advantage of those programs. They not so many of the boys, and if the boys did take it, they never finished. They even have those programs around now. For a little bit of time, it was closed down because the school was closed down, but then they came back and redid it. But those programs have been around, and they do have the equivalent. Even the kids in high school can graduate with an LPN, EMT. I'm not too much aware of the male courses because I'm a girl, but they have them for boys. A lot what I saw in the high schools was girls taking advantage of the programs, and the boys were not. And I don't know how to motivate the boys. I have 3 sons myself, but they've always had the CDL course as one of the courses that workforce development has available to men. I don't know all of the male ones. I didn't look into it. But some years the programs have more funding, but in some years they don't. But a lot of the times the courses that were geared toward the CNA, the child care development and things like that would fill up faster than some of the male oriented classes. So I don't know if it's
So you're saying that
program.
they had the programs for the boys in the schools in your area, but the boys were uninterested?
Yes.
Well, see, that's what I was telling you this morning, Faith. When I was in high school, they had way more things there in place for the men and for boys growing up during my generation than what they did for the girls. And I think the reason why the community colleges have taken a lot of the trades away is because there wasn't the lack of interest. I think a lot of people moved over to, let me take up IT, let me take up communications, or doing trades that did not require a certification. That's what I think the men, the specifically the black men, were kind of leaning toward. Because I can remember guys saying, "Oh, I don't need to worry about graduating. I'll just get on the boat and work with my uncle as a seaman." These type of things. I don't think that you're probably required to have some form of GED or whatever nowadays. But yeah, she's right. We did. We had all of those, and I don't think all of those options are as available now as they used to be in the
Well,
school
I
system.
agree, because when I was going to school, and let me see, I'm kind of old up here on the panel, but during that time, I agree. I saw those.
Faith, I'm older than you.
How old are you? Well, no,
40.
don't tell me. Don't tell me. We probably about the same age though, Cynthia.
Okay.
I'm
Like,
around y'all age too, probably.
no,
What
say
what's
you
it?
look like you 20.
No, I'm old. I have 20-year-old kids. Like,
What? Girl, that avatar looking good.
you mean that filter?
Uh-uh.
You mean that filter looks good? That's
Hey, hey.
Look, y'all gonna have to teach me how to filter up in here. These
okay.
avatars be making y'all look like y'all 20. I want to look like I'm 20 on my avatar too.
Oh, I want to get an avatar.
But now let me welcome Raw B Privilege. Here comes some more trouble. This double trouble. I got the trouble.
Oh, good morning, everybody. First of all, Faith, you don't need no filter because you're gorgeous. You just got to make sure you got your angles right and your lighting gear and your lighting gear.
All right, all right. I'll take that, girl. I'll take that.
Yes, but I want to speak on what Koja is speaking about. That's true. They do have a lot of trade programs, and they do have for boys. They have automotive technician. They have culinary stuff through like BOCES for the children when they're in high school. But they also do have Job Corps, and it's like a lot of our youth is not tapped into Job Corps. And Job Corps pays these young people. I think the maximum age for Job Corps is 24. The last time I checked, you can go to Job Corps. They pay you a weekly stipend while you're there. Even if you like have had issues in school and you left school or you got kicked out, they help you to get your GED and establish your career. But a lot of people just are unaware of these resources because they get caught up in that street life. They get caught up in the fast money. And I think collectively as a people, we have to stop focusing on the instant gratification because anything that comes fast does not last, number one. And when it comes down to Biden's tax plan, I talked about it a little bit when I'm fighting that sleep this week. He's proposing pretty steep taxes for the wealthy. I thought that was his tax plan for everybody, but it wasn't. It's just for the wealthiest of people. He wants to tax 62% of their
Right.
incomes in the highest earning states. And it's necessary because for centuries, the wealthy have gotten away with tax shelters and having these 501c3s that they hide their money in and they pretend like they're doing something for an organization and it doesn't really go
Uh-huh.
for the organization. As a matter of fact,
Okay.
Trump's
Nonprofit
family
is
is
a racket. Nonprofit is a racket in
yes,
itself.
it is. And yes, and you're an agent of the government once you become a nonprofit organization because every penny you spend, you have to account for it, you have to document, you have to write these long perspectives to the government to explain what you're doing with your money. So that also limits your ability to move as a business owner.
Okay.
Also, I don't know history that much, but somebody broke it down and said the tax rate was much higher on businesses way back in the day, that it wasn't this, through the persistent lobbying that businesses have gotten all these gains and stuff. But they say I didn't I can't repeat it how it was, but they was breaking it down and they were saying the tax rates was higher. I want to say they said 70% on businesses or something way back in the day, like before I was ever thought of being conceived.
Yeah, before the Federal Reserve got institutionalized into our governmental system, businesses were higher. But you have to understand, the Federal Reserve is not actually a function of the government. It's ran by the six wealthiest families in the country, and they lend money to the United States at like three times the rate. So if they give us $1, we owe them $3.
One thing I wanted to hit on when Faith was talking about the welfare to work thing, they did that, and it did. I saw people who never I thought would have had work because their family had that history of being on welfare. Because my mama didn't qualify. She didn't even qualify for WIC, so she only had two kids. But when they had those programs, they didn't come up with an equivalent for the men. See, while they was making the mamas work, the dads didn't have to work, and they should have
Right.
required the dads to get in there, the ones that knew who they were. And now that they have DNA testing and they come to make them pay for child support, if they not working, they need to make them get them same women to welfare work programs. They need to have that same policy for these dads that's not paying child support and not getting job training. You shouldn't be able to just sit down all day and say, oh, I ain't working, I'm not going to pay. They need to make them go to them job training classes like they made the women. And since it worked for the women, it may not work for all of the women, but it may work for some of the men too.
I agree. And I think also that if mothers and fathers have joint custody, I think that they should allow the men to claim the children on the taxes if they don't already have it.
They
I'm not
do.
sure.
Let's, it does. That's a misconception. When you go to court and you say men can get the opportunity if they're providing them, like if they almost close to the point of 50-50 what they provide for the child, they alternate every other year. They do have it in there that can happen. But you got to take the difference between a man that voluntarily steps up for his child and who wants their child around a man that begrudgingly is only doing it as spite. We
Oh,
do have,
don't nobody want their child around
okay,
somebody that don't
so
want them.
some of them dads who have to pay that child support, all of them, and I'm not gonna put all of them in the same category, all of them are not happy about having those kids. And if you only getting the child because you mad you got to pay child support, and I've seen some of these guys, they get the children, and I'm not saying all of them, because my ex-husband had the same problem when it came to getting time sharing with his kids, and he wanted to be there. But some of them just get them, they take them and they leave them at their grandma's house, and now they in that environment that, what, you know how some of them grandmas is, they ain't watching the children keeping they self,
Hmm.
but they doing it out of spite, and you can't do anything. So it's a lot of miscommunication back and forth with that, and we have to take each case on an individual basis. But dads do get to claim the kids on the taxes when they're current in their child support. Now you can't be $40,000 behind the child support because the court paper says it, and it clearly says if you're current in your child support. So,
Okay.
you know,
So the only disparity that we have then is the education and the training portion. So if the guy is paying his child support and he's on time with it, then why shouldn't he get the same access to the government programs that the women get
they
to go
should.
to school?
Well, the one that they get towards the what schooling, they do. They have the programs available. Those programs don't. My sister done took the paralegal class. She done took the CNA class. She done took so many classes because
No,
she
I'm
in
talking
public
about I'm
housing.
talking about for black men.
They a lot of those programs, you have to go to the workforce development building and sit there. Right here in my little small town, they call us a third world country. We so poor. When Edward R. Murrow did a thing on the working poor way back there in black and white TV, the old reality TV, this town was on there because it was so poor. But they have those classes available every year. Now with COVID going on this year, I think they didn't do it, but they have them every year, and I think the classes go for about 9 months, available to the men and to the women, and even the women could go and do the plumbing class. The women can go and
Right,
do the
but
AC.
but are the programs free to the men? Does the
Yes,
government pay
they
for it?
are. They are free. And
Yep,
even
they
within
are.
that, they have a component for GED. If the people don't have their high school diploma, it's like 2 nights a week they go for the air conditioner or whatever trade they choose. But if they don't have their GED, they have 2 nights a week where they can go for the GED classes also.
And if you don't have like felonies, if you have misdemeanors, you can still get loans for college education to go to community college. And if you get like TAP and Pell, sometimes you don't have to pay those back. But a lot of people just don't want to put that effort in because it's a lot of paperwork.
Even
It's a lot of
some of the
supplying
inmates.
documentation.
I worked at the prison, and me and my friend girl, she worked at prison. She was going to get her RN at the Broward Community College, and the inmate was on campus with her. They had gave him funding. They had EOS, and he was out there taking classes. They have programs now that give some released inmates housing for so many months in
Okay,
different
well,
things.
but Cynthia, what I'm talking about is like back during the 90s when they first rolled out that welfare to work program, they didn't have those programs for the men like they
Yes,
did for the
they
women.
did. Yes, they did. I went to West Tech. I took the CNA course. I was never gonna I took the CNA course. It was available. I wasn't even a parent. I wasn't even a mom. If you came below a certain income, they had it available for the men. And at West Tech, they had the phlebotomy, they had the LPN, they had the CNA, and they had shorter classes like the CNA and that, but they had the equivalent on the same campus for the men with the air conditioning, with the welding, with the
Okay, well, hold on. Let me
it was
just walk
free.
you through this because at the community college that I went to, I saw a lot of women going in there, and in order for you to qualify for those programs, you had to show that you were getting a medical card, or if you didn't have a medical card, you had to show that you were getting food stamps or cash assistance. I don't know too many men that were getting that at that time.
because they
But it was
qualify for
a
it, but
lot of
they
them.
don't want to go down to the welfare and get what they qualify for, because you know what I'm saying, there that's less than being a man. So they would prefer to go in the street and sell drugs and do whatever they need to do to make ends meet. See, I think
But
sometimes in our
it was
community it's a
income
pride
based.
thing. Yeah.
A lot of it was income based, and if you had no income, you qualified. And even though they may not got welfare, if they had no income, they would still qualify under income based stuff.
Well,
Let's
no,
let's just
that's not everywhere. No, I'm not gonna sit here and let y'all do this, because now
Every
where I
state is
came,
different. Every state is
right?
different.
Every state is different, because where I
But these
came up
a lot,
at,
I think, was
it
federal
wasn't like
funded.
that.
Okay, but we're looking at today too, Faith. Today there are tons of opportunities out there, regardless of gender. And I think the number one factor, if we're talking about a certain, because I'm not going to wrap all Black men into this group, a certain socioeconomic level status of Black men, the reason why they aren't working and they haven't made it outside of maybe extreme felon situations is just they're lazy. They don't
Hmm.
want to do the administrative paperwork, because when you get into any of these programs, just filling out the FAFSA, a lot of them don't even want to fill out the FAFSA to go to college. Like, let's just be honest.
So
And that's when it
y'all
starts
just
to
Right.
think that
issue.
these, wait a minute, y'all trying to tell me that these men just lazy and don't want to fill out the paperwork, and they
Yes.
just don't want the
Yes.
opportunity.
Yes, because I can pull up, we can screen share right now. Like she said, there's free welding programs. You have the workforce development. You have the WIA. A lot of these programs are specifically slanted towards men, not towards women, towards men, because a lot of the trades, of course, are still male
Yeah, you
dominated
can,
industries.
if you wanna share something, go ahead and screen share. I'll put it up.
And
Okay,
that's
let me see if
where
I can pull
women
something up
become
here.
accountable, because men are not, not to knock men, but a lot of men on the whole are just not good with paperwork. They get overwhelmed. They don't want to talk to these people in an administrative capacity. And that's a woman's role sometimes, is to help the man navigate through documentation and paperwork to increase their status as a whole, as a family. If you can lay down and have a baby with someone, you should be able to sit down with them and help them navigate through these things that would increase you.
My son told me, "Oh, I need you to go help me look for a job." I told him, "Boy, we live in a country town. My mama didn't take me to Burger King at 16 when I got ready to go to get a job. You better get your butt on that bus and go. I'm not taking you to look for no job. Ain't nobody help me fill out my first job application. You know your name, your address. Now you need your social security number. Here you go." But they
Okay.
feel like somebody got to take them. And a lot of things that I have heard men say, "Oh, she ain't helped me get on my feet, or you should be supported." I'm not going to do the work. I even tell
No,
you
no,
about,
we should not
but
be holding their hand and doing it for them. But
but
certainly,
that
if there are
what
programs out here, they need to be taken advantage of them.
Right. And that's the thing. Like,
these
it's
women are
sometimes
in
it's
this
not
area.
about holding somebody's hand. Sometimes it's about, like, people are just not good at research. People are not just good at gaining the knowledge for it. And sometimes you just have to give people a little bit of direction and give them a little push. And it doesn't mean that you are being, you know what I'm saying, a save a hoe to give a man a push. And it doesn't take anything from a man's pride. It's all about how you do things, how you gently
I,
encourage a situation.
and I get that, and that's the thing. It's like, go get the paperwork. Come on, let us sit down here together and fill this out. Okay, this how you do this. This how you do whatever. But if you can have hours and hours to dedicate to PS4, you can dedicate 30 minutes to doing whatever you want to do. We spend our time, energy, and money and resources on what is a priority to us. And I live in an area where the old people used to make an X, but women here and some men got educated even without that, because they started out, they learned how to do it. And this stuff is not hard. If you could go and program your iPhone, then you got enough intellect to be able to navigate some of these other things. And I ain't saying we
So
shouldn't.
when would you all say that this disinterest in leveling up or getting a hand up happened with black men?
When
So
these
you remember
rappers
how men?
started showing them that the street life was the easier life, when these rappers started showing them that if you could go hustle up some money for some J's, or you know what I'm saying, whatever, you could start getting these women. And when this whole pimp gigolo mentality started coming into play, when men started wanting to be treated like women and being taken care of, that's when the disinterest happened.
I've observed two things. Sometimes people have to get out of their comfort zone. Like here, it's a great percentage of the boys and stuff not working. But when they went other places where they were not surrounded with their boys on the corner, they began to thrive and get jobs and stuff. And from what my understanding, some have pulled other people with them and say, hey, it's, whatever. So sometimes people have to get out their comfort zone. But I have observed this here. They start giving grown, able-bodied people food stamps. I forget how much they get a month. And it used to be back in the day when the man used to start wanting to argue on payday and beat you getting mad so he could go out there and blow his paycheck. These men go to get mad on food stamp day.
Wow.
Because that's all they bring to the table. Like, oh, let me start an argument so I can get these food stamps and get mad. That's how they get mad. But actually, a lot of able-bodied young men. And I got a son in there, and he said he want to be a police officer. He 20. I say, you've been working at the pilot in the meantime. But if you don't put some work toward getting that, if you're gonna do police stuff, if you don't put no work toward that, you're gonna have to go. Because you can't work at the little pilot gas station and stay here. Because you
Right.
can't.
Right.
Yep. And a lot of these men
Okay.
sleep on cousins, aunties, and grandma couches, and we uphold them.
Okay, so I was going to pretty much say what Screen Learning said. It's everything that we said, and there was a lot that went on throughout these last, especially couple of decades here, last 2 or 3 decades. It's the quick money pool. A lot of black men are naturally athletic. So when you see that, you don't have to worry about going to get a degree and work a regular standard job. You can just become this world famous basketball or football player. All of a sudden, that's what everybody wants to be. Everybody wants to be
Right.
a rapper because it's quick money. But definitely one thing that he hit on is definitely the nail, is that I think their reading and comprehension levels are not up to par. And they've done lots of tests and studies to show that this is a fact. So he's right. If you have a hard time reading the application, reading the FAFSA, chances are you're just going to bypass it. And I think it's going to go back to education. We have to figure out a way to properly educate our boys, because girls' brains are a little differently than boys' brains. So we just have to kind of figure it out. Now, with my son, I didn't have an issue with his education, but there's a big difference between how he navigates the educational system and how my daughter navigates the educational system. So, but growing up, I read a lot to them, and I took them to the library, and I did a lot. So I think that's part of, and maybe it's probably genetics too. They came from, decently smart parents. But I put in a lot of energy, did a lot of tutoring, did a lot of extra things to kind of keep them on and above their level anyway. And I don't think a lot of parents are taking that time out, especially with their boys. And I took away, my son didn't get a video game console pretty much until he was almost in high school. So all of
You
that sitting up
know,
playing PS4 and playing Xbox, and you're walking around here with subpar grades, that's a no. That's a no.
and you know what? I had the opportunity to have a little Haitian boy. He had the craziest name, and I didn't even recognize him. I was taking paralegal classes again, and he was in a literature class with me. His name was Rover Dick. That's the only reason I noticed him. And that boy didn't barely speak English like a few years before, because I was a school nurse. He's reading that he's in college, and he barely spoke English good when he came over here, and he was like in the 9th grade then. And it has to be something with motivation, or how to tap into some of our young black men to want to do it, because I've seen several Haitian guys. The guy who used to be a CNA when he started there, he done got his bachelor's in nursing now, and he didn't come over here speaking English. He came over as, I think in like middle school. So I don't know how to get our young black men to tap into that. Not all of them, just some of them.
But this is the thing too, because I've seen it where women will take their money and resources, like Cecile said, to put their sons in these athletic programs because they're pushing for their sons to become these superstar, you know,
Right.
athletes, but and they'll put money on their weave and they'll put money on their clothing, but they won't put that money to put their children in private school. They won't put them that money into putting their children into Sullivan so that they can get the tutoring. Some women are just not investing into what is priority for their children. So if you want to sit there and spend all this money on Balenciaga jeans and Nikes and all of this and all of that while they're bringing you C's and D's, then you have to start reevaluating yourself. Black women have to start, as Cecile said, if you're bringing in mediocre grades, you're not getting the top of the line game system. I'm not spending $70 a week so you can have a new game. I'm not giving you no money so you can play online and talk crap to people. I'm going to put that money on your education and make sure that you can be a beast in literacy.
So when it comes down to the literacy of our children, do you think that it is the parent fault?
Yes.
Yes.
My mother had me reading at 2, which in turn forced me it set a bar for me for the standard. So my daughter could read at 2. Now my son, he has little issues because he has autism, but he's very aware, he's very astute, and he can, navigate these devices correctly. We also have to start being mindful of what we're allowing our children to ingest when they're on these devices. Start setting up the parental control so your kids can't look at everything. Start watching things that your children are watching with them. Encourage them to do things that contribute to reading comprehension, math skills, science skills. If we keep our children on the right track, if we are mindful of what we are pouring into our children, then that will change the path and the narrative of our community. What do these video games teach them? How to shoot each other, how to push buttons to make a touchdown or get a slam dunk? What does that really translate into when we're talking about real world skills, when we're talking about resumes, when we're talking about legacy wealth? It doesn't translate into anything.
We have to, because I think it's a multifaceted problem, and it's not going to be like one particular thing, because I know um, women that are making great money, and they, at this time they was going out and buying. I want to say they were golf carts, but the updated we're in the country golf carts that ride around like cars, that have the seats that's with the certain colors and fancy. They were upward of $900, and I saw them buying four-wheelers, like not the little $1,000 things they used to have back in the day. I was talking about $4,000 and $5,000 things, because we're making the money now, but we still need some coaching on some other things that have to do with life and some stuff. So even though you have women that's not on the poverty level, the other examples we set maybe not the best examples for our kids. Like, it's spend everything we got, spend everything, we making the money, we spending it, but we're not really doing. So I think it's a multifaceted problem that's going to take a lot of teaching on a lot of different areas. It's not always just money. Sometimes it's mindset and some other things also. We're going to need mentors and teachers.
Absolutely. I agree with that, Jay. Um, there was something that I wanted to ask you guys, and it just slipped my mind here. Oh well.
So that was all that I wanted to add in there. But Obama couldn't
Oh,
do
wait a minute.
nothing
Here it
after.
is. I think I was talking to O'Shea a while back. This was maybe about a year ago, and he was talking about how he traveled many different places, and out there in Uganda, there's a large Asian population out there, and he was saying how the Asian children, they spend hours upon hours studying. They study more hours during the day than black people study. And he said even out there in Nigeria they study more. He said he noticed that as far as like with black children, our children spend hours upon hours of the day either on their cell phone or playing games. And that kind of got me to thinking about when you were talking about, the kids playing the Xbox, that they could, dedicate this much time to the Xbox, and they could dedicate this much time to studying, or, trying to put in that fast for school. So it really depends on, I guess, the mindset, like you all were saying. Our
Well,
children have
there's
our
those
children are
places.
not growing up in households where we promote, them
Right.
elevating themselves.
They're very competitive in those nations with education. And some people, I didn't experience it, and maybe that's because I'm a girl, but I've heard a lot of Black men say that they felt like if they were smart or if they made certain grades in school, they were kind of talked about like being a nerd, or it was not cool. It wasn't cool to be smart. So for them, they really promote the top smartest of their groups. Like that's what you want to strive to be. For us, not so much. For us, it's, are you the best basketball player? Are you the best football player? That's kind of what we promote. We don't really promote the studying and the nurturing of the education like we should.
And I can't tell nobody how to spend their money, but I always said, a lot of celebrities do the Pee Wee football and different things like that, and that's great. I would say, but what is there available to just the average kid who's not the super smart kid, but just is okay, or the girl that's not the cheerleader girl, because they either had the Pee Wee football and the girls cheerleading. But what if you're not that girl? What if you that person in the middle, or the person that reads? Because, and down here it's the football. We known for football and HIV down here. And
Man,
it's
Cynthia.
like nothing in the middle. That's what we Bell AIDS. That was our status when AIDS came out. It was three places: New York, California, and Belgrade.
Now, what
That's
state are you in, Cynthia?
Florida.
Oh, okay. Well, we neighbors. I'm over here in Alabama. We about the same.
So that's what it was. Now they want to talk about Belgrade. I say people got cars now, so it's the whole state on fire. Don't just pick my town. As a matter of fact, one time they did the top counties with HIV in Florida, and I don't think Palm Beach County came up that time because people mobile now. The whole state hot.
Okay, y'all see this comment by Arab Black TV?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he says, I say it over and over again. You either love the black man or leave him alone and let him die. Stop this fake concern of all. Put your what? Put your coochie on it if you love it. If not, don't worry. He gotta go another route. What the hell?
But see, here's the thing with that. Black women give birth to black sons. So it's not a fake concern for the black men. We are concerned about our sons and
And
how
we on
they
the
are
front
going
Right.
line.
to
Right.
navigate in this world. But as to the earlier comment about there only being, pee wee football and girls cheerleading, that is not true. Like, we also have to realize there are gymnastics, there's tutoring, there are chess clubs for little children. There's all of these things that foster education, but it's not what is popular or trendy. So it's not taught like that. Martial arts as well. We have to
Oh,
start looking for these programs and things that speak to our children's interests. And you can always find money to put your children in the program. It may require a sacrifice. Like
okay,
for
in the
me,
city, that is, but I'm just talking about look, Belgrade. No, it is not. It is football. That's what we known for. We for the Anquan Boldens and things like that. That's what and they do have some of those things in the city. I was just speaking to this little section.
yeah, well, right now I live in Little Rock, Arkansas, and I was feeling that way too. And I'm gonna tell you, it took some work. It did, but I was able to find programs that speak to my children's interests. And sometimes it's about doing that legwork, and sometimes it is expensive. Like for gymnastics, my children go to gymnastics in the summertime. That is like what? Shoot, at least $1,500 a month. So that is a sacrifice. I will not do certain things for me to make sure that they have positive ways to stay focused, stay driven, and get structure in their life and achieve their goals. We have to start doing the legwork, because even in the country you can find something.
Right. And for me, like I said, I didn't really allow my son to get into the gaming at a young age. And I did put them in karate to help with discipline. Both of my children went there. There wasn't anything so much specific that I tried that because they're so close in age. So when one did something, the other one do, because I didn't want the other one to feel left out. So I put them in tutoring, like with the what is it I'm thinking of? Volunteers of America. They had like advanced level math tutoring. So this is stuff that we did that wasn't very costly to do. And there are a lot of things within the school systems. You just have to ask, sit down with the counselors and find out what it is that they have available, because they may have additional tutoring available if that's what your child needs, or additional resources out there. So it really does start with the parent. What's important to us as far as what we're putting into our children, and that's kind of where it goes.
Yeah. So I think it's going to take a collective conversation of everybody bringing a little piece of something to the table to add, because where one person may be knowledgeable in the job market, somebody else may be knowledgeable in the mental health area, and somebody may be, and all of them going to have to contribute to everything on the whole. And I think that, when they be seeing women on the front lines for these movements, it's not because the pain, it's because we have Black sons and we want them to do better. But sometimes as the woman, you can have so much influence, and then sometimes outside influences take better. And then you can't be like, well, I just got to worry about my child, and because other people's children impact your children, because they do not live in a vacuum. And I think it's just important to address everything on the whole. And even though it's not directly in my house, we have to help the people with the less resources and stuff to become better. Because if we want our educated daughters to have somebody to marry, I ain't finna get into if you're just gonna wait for a Black man or whatever, or if they even want us, we want them to have somebody to select from,
Right.
or
Right,
to be selected
right.
from. So we have to
That's
help
right.
on the
And I
whole.
mean, and
Amen.
on an
Not to mention the
individual,
fact that our Black boys look up to other Black men. No matter what you instill into your children, especially for my single
Mm-hmm.
mothers, or what I'm saying, women that don't have their child's father present, your son is looking at every
Mm-hmm.
other Black man as the
Yep.
blueprint on what to do. So if Black men on the whole are sitting here, being bad examples, spitting bad morals, this is what's picked up by the majority. And this is when you have people that exhibit deviant behavior, and it becomes cyclical, because nobody is cutting off the problem at the head. They're just taking little shots at the body. No, we got to cut this off at the head. And that's not just saying Black men, because Black women too. Black women as a
Yep.
whole, we are being looked at by the young women that are coming up behind us. So we have to carry ourselves in a certain way as the women did before us. I think when they killed Dr. King, when they killed Malcolm X, when they, did what they did to the Black Panthers, it stunted Black people. Now everybody is afraid to go out there and be a leader, because they don't want to have their head on the chopping block. And it's a
well,
detriment to society.
and I mean, another option when we talk about educating the kids, I don't know what it is in you all state, but in our state, if a school is failing, for example, you have the option to transfer your child out of a school that would normally be in their district and let them go to a school that is succeeding. And in my county, the schools that are failing are 99.9% Black. So that kind of leads to what you said, Cynthia, about we want to have our boys, to be put in a position to where they're equally as educated or more, financially stable than the girls. But then when we do this, like I really tried to put him in schools to where it wasn't too much of a majority white influence on him, because it's like then we're whitewashing our kids. And then I
Yep.
saw where Eric Black said, then all of your sons are going to swirl, and that's what we're kind of setting them up to do. Because if that's all you're around is little white girls, all throughout school, who are you going to look at when it's time for you to date?
Yeah.
Is little white girls. But
But
at the
what
same
is this
Yeah.
thing about being whitewashed? I really need to understand it because all of my life, people have told me, "Oh, you sound like a little white girl. Oh my God, you talk like this. Oh my God, you talk like
Well,
that."
because you need balance, and people have told me that all my life as well. Just because I don't always speak with some type of slang or ebonics or whatever, people say stuff about my tone all the time. You have to have a balance. I grew up in a majority white neighborhood. I grew up in a elementary school wise, it was definitely majority white, but as I got older, that's when it was more of a 50% thing. But I was always strong in my black family. So if you're dealing with a child that's already in a white neighborhood and they don't really have any type of source of dealing with other black people, that child is just a chocolate white person for the most part.
But this is the question that I'm asking. Why do we look at children that are of color that grow up in affluent neighborhoods that get good education as a chocolate person that is whitewashed? I look at them as a chocolate person that has been experienced and exposed to culture. We need to start
They have, but have they been
infusing.
experienced to black culture? Because if your parents are kind of like you, where where you don't deal with that side of the family, or because I've seen that too, where yeah, they have a black mother and a black father, but because of how their morals or whatever don't line up with the rest of the family members, so you just kind of keep it within you and your three. And so, therefore, that limits their experience with dealing with actual Black people. Maybe they're trying to, prevent them from dealing with the dysfunctions in the family. But then when they integrate into real Black society, it's like they're a pariah. They're different. Everybody knows they're different. And we can be different and still somewhat accepted, because I feel like I teeter that line. Like, you guys accept me, but at the same time, I'm also comfortable around white people because I've worked primarily around white people and I went to school primarily around white people. But I've definitely
Cecile, no, we don't accept you. You too. You
you
sound like
accepted me
them
because
Beckies.
you let me
No,
in the stream. That means you accepted me.
But I
Y'all,
think the point is that we have to just start changing the culture of what it
right.
is to be black because I don't think that it's fair to our demographic to say, well, if you know something about Bach and Mozart, if you know anything about Freud and Piaget, if you know anything about Monet and Stravinsky, and you know what I'm saying, the great impressionists of our time, then you may not fit into the culture.
I
And
don't think
that
that's whitewashed. I don't think that's whitewash. I
I
take my
think
kids
back in
to meet
the
them all the time. I think we have to look at that there's more grade of Black people. We're not just all from the hood or all from one particular mindset. We come in different variety. I grew up middle class. I grew up with both of my parents. So some of the stats that they quote don't necessarily represent me, but I'm still part of that group. So we just have to be more
yeah, so
open-minded. Everybody's not gonna, know all the lyrics to the current rapper or whatever. Just
wait, hold on a second, y'all. Eric Black, you've been down here in the chat room crying for the whole stream. What the hell are you talking about, Eric Black? We've
he
been living
trolling you.
now for 60 years. Yeah, you've been crying about black women this whole time. I'm gonna have to time you out, Eric Black. I'm gonna time Eric Black out for
no,
300 seconds.
Eric Black, come say it to our face, Eric Black. Come on up. Come on up.
Yeah, you know what? Come get this link, Eric Black, because you've been over there. You've been
you,
cutting up.
well, you know what? Like the thing with it's certain traditions that women just carry. When it comes to like the Thanksgiving dinner, the Christmas dinners, the barbecues, women organize that stuff now. Oh, the women always doing this, but men can do it. They yeah, ain't nobody stopping them from doing it. And I was in one chat where the man say black women need to I think it was related to the Ice Cube, and he's like, black women need to step back and let black men do it. I'm not gonna work to get to this level. What black women done did all this work and then say, okay, you know what? Y'all just take the helm. And it was related to politics. And that's what they were saying. It's like, can't nobody let you do nothing. Nobody gonna give up their place saying, I've been holding this down for 20, 30 years, and all of a sudden I'm gonna disappear. And the thing is, that's how sometimes it comes across. They want us to disappear and then let them begin to do it instead of them coming in, gaining the experience, and then advancing within within the group, the organization, or whatever it is. And it's not a fallback. You're welcome over here. Come on over here. But it's like anything. When I'm the first one on the job, I don't have the most seniority. So when you just come into the job, you don't get the top position. But nobody says they can't come to the job.
I think that's black men's problem, though. They do want everything handed to them. But when we look at power and takeover and revolution throughout history, it's been people that want their power taken. The black man does want everything handed to them, gift wrapped in a bow in their laps with rose petal thrown at their feet, and us to fan palm fronds at them. Like, stop it.
Air Black.
If y'all are men, be men. Establish your dominance. Step into your power. Be these leaders that you want us to, you know what I'm saying, follow. If you telling me I need you to give me power, then you're not a leader because you need me to give you power. Leaders come with power in their voice, in their presence, in their stature.
But at the same time, I got to be like I like to give the alternative. Wow, black men in this country, up until maybe let's say the last 2, maybe 3 decades, have been highly disenfranchised. Highly. Like I'm reading a book now. I think I told you Faith this morning. It's called the Black Tax Codes, and he goes throughout history, pretty much up until today, of how there's systematic things in place, governmental things in place that have kind of got us to the point that we are now. And integration did not help. Integration did not help. So you have so many now, so many of our men that do have great minds, and it seems like the top. When you look at, honestly, I asked my husband, who went to a D1 predominantly white college, I said, what's the percentage of the athletes that were with white girls and are still with white girls? He said, 70 to 80% of them. Some of these guys went to the league. This is where the bulk of our wealth is going. I mean, that's a whole other conversation of the swirlers out there. Not all swirlers are I want the trailer park trash Becky. A lot of swirlers out there have the money, and they're taking that money and they're leaving the community. So that's a whole other conversation right there. But when you leave the community, you literally left the community. So when you talk about stepping up, these men with a certain type of income level, they're not interested because we can just go integrate in that community and we don't have to worry about that because my situation and my home life is okay. And I'm not going to concern myself with the dysfunction. They see the Black community as just one big dysfunction.
But this is
That's
the thing.
also another problem.
Don't you think that these athletes and these people with wealth gravitate towards other cultures because those women of other cultures are used to dealing on a certain level based off of wealth?
Right.
See, you can't take Tanisha from the hood that's going to be neck rolling, gum slapping, like, okay. You can't take her to no damn Fortune 500 dinner. She going to embarrass you. So we have to start training our children from young to be compatible and to know how to deal with wealth. Do you know how many people don't know how to set a place setting? Do you know how many people go to a fancy dinner and they don't know which fork to use, the order of service of a grand dinner? We have to start doing those things with our children in the home and teaching them to be prepared for
who gonna teach them? Because I mean, a lot of these girls are raised by mothers that don't know.
Right, but that's the thing. That's the point that I'm getting to. We have to start learning.
But I know how to YouTube it.
But if we're the most educated group, wouldn't that mean that we already have suitable women for these men? If we're the most educated group?
But
because you have book knowledge doesn't mean you have real world experience.
So you're saying that we lack class? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I mean, I hate to say it like that, but yes.
Say it, Ross. Say it. Yes.
There's a lack of class. You should know that if you're going to a certain event, you shouldn't have a skirt that is above your knee. You should know that if you're crossing your legs and there's a modicum of space that somebody could peek up your skirt, you should cover your leg with a napkin. You should learn how to sit at service, how to drink a glass of tea and not be slurping, how to have soup and not, you know what I'm saying, make yourself look like a
Miss
fool.
Robbie, I need you to start that online etiquette class, and I'll
I
enroll
have
my daughter.
Okay, I
I'm
got
serious.
you.
I'm
I
serious.
have two things about that. One, I actually had went to one of our football players, and he does great things for the community. And I asked him, "Could you came up with a plan? Can we get our football players to do this? Because a lot of them, some of them come from small towns to offer." I remember we used to have church camp back in the day. I only went to church camp one time, and and you went for a week. And I was like, couldn't we sponsor something like that that teaches that have people come in and they stay like in a hotel and they teach etiquette. It ends with a formal dinner. They teach mental health. They teach certain skills, and they get the kids from the school, and then it's their job to go back into the community, and you give them a couple of resources to filter down what they've learned. And every year, like during the summertime, to sponsor one of these programs. May it be for a week. They have one for boys, one for girls, and it end with a formal thing. And they do tap on that because with the etiquette thing, I might be middle class, but on the lower tier of middle class and never come in contact with those type of events to teach those type of things. And even though they're not going to get all of it, they'll get a taste of it. Because I'm just regular old country, and I can switch it up. And I do know if I go to a formal event, and we have to have our sister pull us on the side. Hey, sis, come here. Let me show you how to do this and stuff. So just because you may not know the right salad fork to use or whatever, pull your sister to the side. Say, hey, let me come and teach you this in love. And
But
so
people don't
those are
want to.
things that can be
People don't
taught.
want that type of teaching because then when you tell them stuff like that, they hit you with the "oh, you think you're better than."
Oh yeah.
Well,
I
I
think
mean,
it's
for those who
delivery.
want it. Yeah, for those who want it.
Delivery. But if you
Um,
start them in the lower, like I say, like the church camps they used to have, it used to be every year. And then, they stopped. But then in the summertime, we would have what they call the Alpha program. Now, it just gave kids some things to do. But if we got access to more resources, people with more things, and the people in your area can only teach you what they know, and they can teach you the best of it, but elevate it. They stopped those type of programs, and now sometimes the Boys and Girls Club have programs, but it's very limited in my area on what they teach and they do, because it's basically people from the area teaching, not a lot of coming in and people from the outside bringing new, fresh things in.
Well, I know when I lived in New York, the Deltas had cotillions, and we need to bring cotillions back because during the cotillion process, these young women and young men learn about etiquette, and they have a grand ball where they're presented to society. There was a time in our history, probably I think that stopped around the 60s, where cotillions were the thing. You wanted to be presented in the upper echelons of your community at a cotillion. People are not worried about that now. Everybody's worried
Yeah.
about takeout food. People don't even have family dinners anymore. That's where you start teaching the best etiquette is at a family dinner table. And stop only limiting your children to dang on Chuck E. Cheese and Red Robin. Take them to 5-star restaurants. You,
Facts.
you have to put your children in situations where they will be comfortable. And you have to start that young. People laugh at me all the time because I take my kids to good restaurants. They're like, why are you doing that? Why are you wasting that money? It's not a waste, it's an investment into their future.
right. I agree.
And surround your
Well,
children
anyway,
with all cultures. All cultures have value. You can learn something from every single culture. And when you do business and as you grow, do you know how comforting it is when you walk into a room of Asian people and you can come at them with a ni hao, konnichiwa, and you could talk to them a little bit in their language and you know some of their customs. It makes them want to do business with you because they feel like you're invested in them.
Is it just me and you up here now, Ron?
I think so. I think Faith might have fell off. Chef.
Yeah, I agree. And we talked about the lack of class, but there's also an issue that we see with both genders, and that's the lack of discipline and the lack of respect for authority. And that's also an issue because when you do hear some of these swirlers complain about the women, they talk about, oh, Black women's attitudes, Black women. And I have met a lot of combative and uncooperative Black women. I'm just going to be honest. And I can kind of see the point. And I'm very pro Black. And it's like, I want my son to marry a educated Black woman. But at the same time, if he's not seeing the options out there that he wants, I have to be open for him doing whatever's going to, be best for him and his future family.
Absolutely.
That's
Well, we're
true.
getting close to the well, we passed the 2 o'clock hour actually. So I just want to go ahead and start closing it down. I do want to thank the ladies that came up on the panel. Is Cynthia back? Hold on a second. Oh no, wait a minute. This era Black TV, you gonna come when I'm shutting it down? What you got
It's
going?
all good. It's all good. It's all good. I'll catch y'all later. I'll catch y'all another time.
No, no, yeah, we got your behind up here. I'm finna drag it out another 15 minutes now. What was all that? What was all that mess you was talking to down there?
Well, this is how I look at it in life. Like women, like y'all have got a lot of control. Y'all have had say so. I mean, anything that y'all wanted to do, anything that y'all wanted to, you know what I'm saying? Any play that y'all wanted to play has been backed by the government. You've had your say so. It's like you move out of the hood or you're not hood, you know, so you're not going through any of the problems that the hood goes through or people from the hood go through with, you know what I mean? And you move out the hood, you're supposed to be have moved up, you got nice cars, nice homes, nice living situation, and it's still always a problem. It's like I don't understand when women, like, it doesn't matter up the social ladders or the money or whatever, it's always still an issue. So I'm like with Black women, it's like it's never gonna be you know what I mean? We just living in peace and harmony, which brings down your value overall to me. You know what I'm saying? Who wants to get, everybody wants a Black woman, but nobody can freaking, deal with her in peace and harmony. So it's like all these complaints from men, but I surely have not been in y'all, between y'all coochies and in y'all lives like that. I don't have no influence to say so. You ain't been on my program, so I'm not holding the fucking, you know what I'm saying? I'm not acting, excuse my language, I'm not acting like every man represents me and I represent every man. The dude that you slept with and you got with and you did with and you made a life with and you saw a fantasy with and that's between you and him. Surely all Black men cannot cannot take the blame for what the hell y'all are doing. But y'all are the ones on the back end complaining about everything. It starts to make no sense. It's a circular conversation that goes nowhere. And I'm just trying to absolve men from the blame. Like, I'm tired of men taking the blame when men want to marry, they want to do right, but they want their say so. Okay? Nobody has seen the man and him getting his say so and the woman following that. Instead, it's been man following woman, and that stuff doesn't work, and it's been going on for 60 years. And I'm just like, I'm just one of those, like, I'm just, where does it end? That's all. That's
I don't
all I'm
think
coming from.
that's true because I have a Black husband and my husband has to say so in my home. So, and I know plenty of women in which that is the case. But my
So
husband
then,
doesn't wait for me to say, "Oh no, babe, you can have it your way." My husband takes his power as the king of the castle.
so for all these men who can't take the power and as the king of the castle, what are they supposed to do now?
They're supposed to
What
take
women
their
are they
power.
supposed to be with, or
He's
what? Is every woman operate like this? He has to take the king. He has to, like, come on, like, you don't represent every woman either. You're a type of woman and you operate a certain type of way, so you got a certain type of marriage. Like, I just want to see more people actually line their spirits up and with the people that they actually go with. It'd be a lot of mixed matching situations, and I'm tired of grown folks complaining and then having, like, you waited all this time to get grown, call your own shots, do what you need to do, make your calls, and then it's like you still need somebody to manage that, or somebody come in and tell me what to do now and show me the right way to go again. Like, it's like, when do y'all ever grow up? When can you just when can y'all hold a L? When can you just go on with life? It's like we have the strides to make in life. This thing is about us now. Y'all have gotten everything, been everywhere, and done everything. It's not about y'all no more. It's about what
Let
men are
me
gonna do, and the hold, let me finish, and the women who are gonna back them. That's it.
So let me ask you this. Why were all of these programs and laws created to support women? I'm going to tell you why. They were created because men were abandoning their responsibility en masse. No, I don't speak for every woman, but I can tell you that women are always comfortable when they are placed in a situation where there is security. And it's very hard for women to give up that power, but it is up to men to stay the course and make their women comfortable enough to trust in them in their leadership. So you can't be a man that is confronted with a conflict or a situation or a woman that has trust issues and doesn't feel secure and then argue her into security. That is not how security, peace, understanding, and love is accomplished. Can you see
I
that
can
point?
agree, Raw. Yeah, I can agree, Raw. But at the same time, y'all are bigging up. Y'all are talking about the men that y'all in love with. I want to hear men talk about them being in love and then how that works from that aspect. I'm not trying to take the freedom away from anybody or what anybody's looking for or what they trying to do. I'm just saying, can you stand on it after you do it? You
But
know,
you're
can
in
you
the
be
black
responsible
manosphere.
and accountable for yourself? Not
Yeah,
after
but you're in the
everything
black
goes bad
manosphere.
and then everybody wants to blame everybody and oh, everybody's to blame, and then you won't even get the next man to fix the job and fix the situation. So it's like,
Okay, all right, Errol. Let me ask you this question real quick. Okay, so are you saying that women are wrong for wanting the men to lead?
no, I'm saying that you're not picking the leaders.
Are you a
Mm.
leader?
You damn right I'm a leader
What makes you a leader?
because I said so.
Oh,
It's what you do, it's not what you say.
Right.
That would take a woman to follow my lead, and then all the actions. Then you can judge me after you see the actions.
okay, but
No,
we're
I mean, I
asking
can
for
judge my father,
examples.
I can judge my husband, I can judge other men that I see out here that are properly leading their families.
Yeah, but then you're gonna talk shit about them when, excuse my language, you're gonna if they cheat or they do something that was not of the leader
Yeah,
aspect in your mind. Like, you know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Like,
When you
cut
talk,
it out.
can I
You
How
tell
can't
you
about
when
have it
you
this?
all
can do
ways.
it?
Cut it out. You can't have it all ways. You either gonna back something or you're not.
So you
Okay,
mean
well,
to
how
tell me
about?
that for a man to lead, he has to be able to cheat and a woman has to shut up?
I'm
That's
not
Wait a minute.
saying that. I'm not saying
You
that.
Who
First
can't.
of
who
all,
All
y'all
said
are
women
big
something
time.
about
can
I'm
cheating?
not a
lie. Women
cheater.
are
I'm
gonna
not a
lie.
cheater. I'm just saying. I was just gonna give an example of things when he doesn't show that he's a leader. Now he's still the bad guy again. Stop making men the bad guy. Let them do their damn jobs and be happy in life and go on. If you're benefiting from that, then you're benefiting from that. If you're not, it's not even your partner. You ain't even got to worry about it.
But this is the thing.
Okay,
If people are cheaters, that doesn't make them a bad person. What it's about
Right. See,
is
now
the
you
lack
about to
of
make excuses for
accountability.
all the bad behavior. That's why we always go in a circular. Nobody can be
I'm
the
not
good
making
guy. Nobody can
excuses.
identify the good guy.
yeah,
Nobody can say we
yeah.
can.
If a man is a cheater, he's not a leader. But I do want to ask you, Era, what are you doing in your life? I mean, I don't want to make this about you, but what would set you apart to a woman to make her look at you as a leader?
That I know how to lead, that I'm a family oriented man. If she's a family oriented woman, then I would work well in her family dynamic. She
But
would want to lead me.
what exactly would she have to look at to be able to identify you as a leader, other than your words?
That's up to her. My characteristics, my personality, my leadership skills, the way I can articulate myself to get the job done.
Okay, well
It's
that's not
all in the
anything
woman following
tangible.
behind the lead.
Listen,
Okay, so
women value
basically,
security, not words, because anybody can
right.
say words. Words are flighting. They're air. Women
Right.
deal in tangibles. If I don't have
Right.
this money and we need a roof over our head, can I depend on you to take care of the roof over our head? If I am hungry, am I supposed to eat your words, or is you gonna go out there and make it happen to put food on the table?
Well, see,
Right,
like,
there's got to be some kind of indicator that I can look at to say, okay, well, he looked like he might be a leader because these are indicators of leadership. But you're sitting up here, you can't even give us an indicator.
No,
what
I
do you
understand what
mean?
Eric's saying. Eric is saying that he wants in relationships, if you're with somebody, you're with them. You're going to ride all the way to the wheels fall off, regardless. If you with this man, you just with him. And that's just not realistic. That's not
No.
realistic. I wouldn't have
Hey,
someone stay in an abusive type relationship. And cheating to me is a form of abuse. That is mental abuse.
Amen.
So no, I would not recommend. So yeah, you have that one act has tainted, but I'm not going to look at your entirety and say, oh, that's just like my ex-husband. A lot of things that he did. He was not a good husband, but he was a great father. So I'm not going to take away from the things that you did as a leader, but in your dealings with me as your woman, and you failed to lead me in the right direction and you made decisions that were detrimental to our relationships, yes, I'm going to call it out to you, but not to my family, not to all my friends, not on YouTube and not on social media. But yes, you and I will have a conversation.
Right, and let me
I
illustrate it to
agree.
you. Let me break it down to you like this, okay? Because I recently just dealt with this, but I had a man that stepped to me with a business proposition, right? And he was gonna lead me into making more money, okay? And we were gonna go into business together and make this money. I was gonna put in my work, and he was gonna put in my work, but he said, okay, I'm gonna be the leader, and I'm gonna show you, okay? So we went into business. All right. I waited for him to show me what he was going to do, which he did nothing. Okay, absolutely diddly squat. So then there was another male within the organization. He was doing everything. He stepped up and showed me what it is that he could do. So I followed him. I followed the guy that was actually showing me something. You see what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
Right. What you should
The
do
guy
because you
that
were trying to be
the first
successful.
guy, he taught the good game. He told me what he could do,
Right.
but he didn't do nothing.
Right. The guy
But
that
the other
showed you,
guy,
hmm
right? He didn't.
he
He didn't
showed and
talk. He
proved.
didn't talk. No, he showed and proved.
I can't fool him, and definitely a man should show and prove. So I'm totally aligned with you. I'm just saying, as far as women, like we know, women and men, we know a relationship can end if we're not in love, if we're not on board on this same trajectory in life of how we're trying to live. We know this can come to an end. I'm just saying that women don't know, or black people in general don't know how to break up, but we don't know how to move on. We want to sit and place blame on each other and this, that. Sometimes relationships just come to an end. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to see people be more responsible and accountable.
But
I'm not a
this is the
cheater. I'm not a
thing.
person who is a cheater. If I got to cheat with a woman, then I break up with her, especially if we're married. And I got to go through all that legal documents and all that type of stuff. Like, it's just respectful and a better way to do things. And that would be to break up rather than be breaking her heart and, dragging our families through the mud and all this type of crazy crap. I just don't want to see people doing that to each other. I just want to see people acting like they have a family, they love them, they care about them, an actual mate is something else. You know what I'm saying? That's you would have to really want to be my mate to be my mate. I'll have to oblige in that, and then we can do that. But as far as families, I just see women breaking up the family before it even starts.
Now that would be confirmation bias. Because here's the thing. No matter what black women say in regards to black men, we still deal with black men.
Oh,
Right.
tell me
Black
about it.
men disparage black women and then they elevate other races as if other races of women don't bring to the table the same issues or challenges that black women do. Black men fetishize other races and they excuse the same traits that they don't like in black women. Take, for instance, with Spanish women. With Spanish women, when a Spanish woman has an attitude, oh, she's just a spicy Latina, but she has all that natural hair. So I'm going to cling to the, I'm saying, the other race of woman. And it's not fair to black women if we're being completely honest. At the
Mm.
end of the day, people need to govern themselves. Don't sit there and make excuses for why behavior that is bad is acceptable for one hue of skin, but it's not acceptable for the woman that looks like the space that you came out of. A lot of black men and black women have mommy and daddy issues, and they take out their resentments from their parents on every single partner that they deal with consequently after that. So people in this community need to go and seek mental health. They need to work out their mental baggage and issues and become whole people before they get into relationships. In this community, we get into relationships to get a hand up or a hand out of a messed up situation instead of getting involved in relationships with people that are really like minded, that are really on the same trajectory. And that is what we need to focus as a whole, as a community, instead of trying to assign blame. Where is the accountability?
Okay,
Where
now
is the accountability, bro? That sounds
Eric
like a
Black,
whole. Mhm.
Eric Black Doug has a question for you. Do you see his question down there?
No, I'm not on my computer right now.
Okay, well he says,
Oh,
at
hold on.
Faith, can I ask Eric Black, what does this relationship topic have to do with men and women utilizing social programs? Thanks.
What does it have to do with utilizing social program? Who care about social programs? Like, who? What is that a big? We need social programs. Is that an epidemic?
Yeah, it is. When you look at them constantly saying that black people are the people that utilize welfare the most. When you look at black votes going along party lines that continue to fund these welfare programs that continue to keep us underneath the eight ball.
Right.
Okay, so how do these social programs come about? I mean, who's going to put that in? Or like, I don't know. That's like I never looked at social programs and things like. I know money is a major issue. I know people need $60,000 and better year jobs. I know that.
That's where social programs come into play because we're not making that level of money in our community. And then we have black men that when they do make that money, they don't put it into the community. They don't want to pay child support. They don't want to invest into their black women. You know what I'm saying? We have black women that when they get money, they leave the community as well. They don't want to invest into the community. So the least of us are stuck on welfare to work, food stamps, WIC, what have you. And then if you are on these social programs and your income changes by $1, you are left in complete economic disparity because everything is stripped from underneath of you in the blink of an eye.
Right, and
It sound like
there aren't
two
enough
people.
to Eric Black's point, and there aren't enough job opportunities in our communities where we can make enough to be free of these social programs. So we continue to vote Democrat because the Democrats continue to give us access to these social programs with no end in sight.
Right. I'm just old school. I'm old school and old fashioned like this. Me and you are gonna make it. Right? So all I need to know is you working, I'm working, and we putting our resources together to improve our lives and to go forward and do better. You know what I mean? To maintain our lives. I'm not
So
into anything else. You know what I mean? I'm not into nobody giving me nothing. I'm not into the programming and the whole social group economics or nothing. I'm into two people working together and doing what they got to do. Other than that, I ain't got no words for you.
Well,
So what
Era,
do
I don't
you
know
well,
feel
what you
Era,
about
do.
black
wait,
men that have
wait.
children
Well,
and leave
Era,
their children and leave these black women dependent upon social programs?
Now,
yeah,
now,
but
see that now the result of two people not working together now falls on women, and now the kids, and now we ain't got this, and that. That's that. Now that's the effect of not working with a man.
okay, but
That's
Era,
what
you
we
seem
get. We
like
get a
you're
family curse. We get family curses.
okay, Era, but but based on what you just said, all you want to do is get you a woman. You don't want to cheat. You just want to be able to provide. She does her part. Why are you not married? Why are you not with someone then? Because that's pretty simple. You can't find a woman to line up under your program.
No, I actually can.
And why is it that black men don't have any
I'm not complaining.
responsibility
I'm not
to the
complaining.
children?
Wait a minute, you
Let's get
got
one
up
thing
here and
straight.
said
Let's get one thing.
individual.
No, no, no,
Wait
no.
a minute,
I was
no, no,
asked to come up
no.
here and explain myself. I'm not
Yeah,
complaining.
and
Y'all have
I'm
all the
reminding you what you said in the
complaints,
chat. In the chat, you said we're individuals, and my
right?
situation is not necessary. So we're talking about your specific situation since you specifically came up.
Okay.
Why? What do you think the barriers are, and for you to want to get married? Because it sounds
There
like
are
you
none.
just want simple things.
Well, you know what? It's often hard to find a woman that wants simple things. A lot of women want to get on this level up trip and
Wait,
this
wait,
luxury
wait.
living.
So it
Wait,
sounds like
am I
you
gonna be
want women
allowed to
to
speak?
lower their standards.
No, no, I'm not asking nobody to do nothing.
Well, take a
Everybody can
breath.
do
Take
what
a
the
breath.
hell
Hello,
they
calm
want. I'm not
down.
asking. She asked me. I'm sorry. She asked me about what I was looking for and why I couldn't do what I'm trying to do. I actually can. but it's harder to find women who are on the same trajectory as you. I'm not into all this big money. I'm not into all the big. I'm into just two people working together. If I can't have
Wait,
that, then
wait,
I'm
wait,
good with
wait,
that.
wait. You're not into all the big money. So wait a minute. How would a woman be? How would you have your woman live?
Well, taken care of, fed, clothed, housed, shelter.
Okay.
Is there a problem with that?
So what you want? What you want? You want your woman to be content to live in a 2-bedroom hovel? If she wants you to be in a place where you living in you know what I'm saying, something a little bit better. You don't want a woman to push you.
No, not at all. No, she can push me, and we can go to the sky. I'm not trying to hold my woman back from anything or not have the best relationship possible. Like what I'm trying to like, no, that's not the goal. So that's not even an issue. The basics is the issue. Food, clothing, shelter, we taken care of. We good.
Okay, but then how come there's so many brothers that have food, clothing, and shelter? They're
Wait,
building. They
wait,
have
wait. We
women
got to
that
we
are.
got to we got to get more specific. I'm sorry to cut you off, Raw. But
That's fine.
what kind of shelter you talking about here? We talking about a apartment, a house,
A
what?
shanty.
Right.
We could start off in a goddamn cardboard box, but we go
Oh,
into the
oh,
apartment
hell
and we
no.
go
Oh,
into the house and we going on up. We're moving on up around these streets.
hell no. Now you talking crazy.
So if a
I
woman
wouldn't put
before
my bro-
she
I
meets
wouldn't
you,
put my
wait,
woman in that
wait,
situation.
wait,
I'm just saying
wait,
it don't matter as long
wait.
as we loving and we want to take care and we want to move forward. It like the amenities don't
See,
matter. Like as
you
long as
on
we
that
doing.
Hebrew Israelite stuff. You know them
Uh,
Hebrew Israelites. They be oh my
They
God.
extra. So, but if a woman
Oppressive.
that if you meet a woman and she's already on her stuff, she got her money, she's in a good space, and you aren't on the same level that she is. First of all, ladies, don't ever deal with a dude that's not already on your level. But we're just gonna talk about the reality of what goes on in the world. If she's
hmm
not on your level, if she
hmm
wants you to step it up more so
hmm
that y'all you can meet her level and then y'all can supersede together, is that an issue? Because that's what I usually
No.
see in black relationships.
No, going up is no issue. Like that's not an issue. If we doing it together, especially if you my woman, if I'm your man, it's not an issue. Why? Who would
Wait,
But you
wait,
just
wait.
said you
nobody
Eric
didn't
wants
Black.
deal
somebody
with that
down?
level up stuff.
Hold on, Raw. Eric Black. Here you go. Betty White down here in the chat. She said you sound like a good man, and she want to know how the D hang.
It hang low, baby. It hang low.
Okay,
It's
There,
but
a
Eric
there
highly
you
Black,
go.
effective
I know
and
we've got to
highly
kind of.
effective.
But Era, I have another question for you. So, a woman like me, because we're making this personal, a woman like myself, I'm a business owner. I have a few properties. I have a few things going for me. How would you lead me? If I was to say I wanted to be with you, number one, would you be okay with being with a woman that maybe that financially independent to where maybe she doesn't need your money? Would you have
Of
a problem with
course.
a woman making more money than you?
Hell no. Hell, that's a plus.
Okay,
Any money,
so I
that's a
have 2
plus.
degrees. I have all of these other things that go. How would you lead me?
All right, I'm gonna analyze the situation. How can you use these degrees? You know what I mean?
I
Where,
mean, I'm
where?
using them now, but okay, but
Okay,
I
so
have
you
a
good by
business and
yourself?
IT degree. I have a business and an IT degree.
All right, then we need to talk business. We need to talk business. What business I would be going on my study and trying to find out what business can we get involved in and where can we expand using your degrees.
Okay, so what are you bringing to the table then? What is it? What do you have that I could say we can work together and we can do this? What kind of skill set do you have?
I'm a manager. I'm gonna put us in position. I'm gonna put us in position. I'm gonna get the contacts. I'm gonna get everything lined up so we can knock the pins down.
Okay, so you're good at managing people.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, you answered the question. I mean, you would try to lead us into a business, but where else would we go? I'm just saying because I'm already at a certain level. So you're saying if we were to get together, you would lead us
Mhm.
to a higher level.
Right. I'm gonna expand the
Uh,
business. I'm gonna expand the business. I'm gonna look out.
Well. Betty White said that she for boxers if you make that happen.
What was that?
Wow. She said
Betty,
that she
Betty
might take
offered
the
you.
cardboard box if you make her happy.
Betty
We
gave you an
might could
offer
talk
you can't
about something.
refuse.
Shout out to Betty.
Crazy.
Yeah, but
Well, all
yeah,
Betty
the
needs is a
idea is to
cardboard
go up.
box. But
Nah. I mean, that's hypothetical. Ain't nobody in no cardboard box, girl. But
Some people are. Some
well,
people
then
are
they
in
need to move
relationships
on
and
up, like the
shelters.
Jeffersons. How a man gonna keep his woman in a cardboard box or anything? Subpar. Like it's not gonna work. Like you're constantly moving up.
Yeah, but some people are in relationships and they live in shelters right now. Some people
It's
are
true.
in
yeah,
relationships
It's
where the
true.
woman is feeding the man off of her food stamps that are supposed to go to her children.
Yeah, I don't
yeah,
agree with any of those type of things. The man is a leader. A man is responsible for bringing in income and keeping up. You know what I mean? Keeping the morale up and keeping his family. You know what I mean? Aura up.
Right. And
So
this is the
I'm
thing.
not.
A
I'm
lot of
not. I'm
black
not.
men want
Mhm.
women to be their emotional comfort, their shelter from the world, but
Mm,
they aren't sheltering their women. And I'm going to
Yeah.
tell you, as a married woman that has had, trials and tribulations in our, what I'm saying, in the situation, when you have a history of providing emotional and financial security, when a
Mhm.
woman feels that you are stable, when your back is against the wall, when your economic situation shifts, she's going to go above and beyond to
Mhm.
shelter you, to take
Mhm.
right.
care of you, to protect you, because she knows that this is not your automatic station. This is not where you're
Right.
comfortable. Men come to the table in a station where they're comfortable with the mediocre and then want women to be amenable to that. That's not fair.
I agree. Do you agree that there are mediocre women out there?
Absolutely.
Okay. As
Let
long
me
as we
ask
just
you.
make it 100% thing that everybody can find their type. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you something.
I'm about the spirit and the type. Like I don't like mismatches. Like that's all.
Let me ask you something, Arab Black. If you can hear me. But
Yeah, I can hear you.
earlier today, I was saying that there were a lot of programs available to women that were not available to men. And the ladies came on the panel and they said that there were absolutely social programs available to men the same way that they were available to women, but that the men were lazy and did not want to take advantage of the programs. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I tend to agree. I don't. That's rough. I think men have a vision of themselves. You know what I mean? And if their work or something is not aligning with their vision, they don't give a f about it. Like you know what I mean? Like men are like that. Like we could live and die. Like you know what I mean? It's just gonna be our way or no way. So I don't know if they're really lazy or if it's more that's not what I want to do. Because I think men work hard, and when they got something to work hard for, I think they work 2 or 3 jobs, will work around the clock if they motivated by something, if they got something to go hard for.
But
And
as a
and
man, a man
and
should know you're not going to do everything that you want to do every day. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do in order to get to a place where you do what you want to do. Women as well.
it's
Right.
true. It's
So
true.
why would men need to wait for a woman to motivate him in order to get up on his business?
That's not every man, first of all, right? But just in the hard wiring of men, I know a lot of men or man can look at woman as if he make her his whole world and operate around her. Like a man could go anywhere around this world, and he needs to know who his woman is, and then from there he'll work from there. You know what I mean? Like who's the woman, and then we'll get the job, and then I'll go hard and da 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 da. Like men have different roles of operations. Then you can have a man that is self motivated. He don't need nothing. You know what I'm saying? He's got his own window and view of how he sees things and where he's gonna be in this, and he's just working his plan. And ain't nobody give him no fanfare.
So you're saying that a man needs to be inspired by a woman to get on his grind?
I'm saying men can operate like that. Like men tend to build their whole world around their woman. Wherever the woman is, where the house is, or where the setup is where he's working from. It's no need to be working over in this town and his love and his woman is all the way over in this city.
All right.
So that's not, that's actually giving women the power yet again, right, Era?
You know,
Because a
I
man
may
should come to
disagree.
the
Explain it.
table in a
Hmm.
relationship with his stuff together, just like women should come to the table with their stuff
That's good in
together.
theory. That's good in theory. But we all know
Right.
women deal with broke dudes and dudes who ain't got a goddamn thing. So that's
Yep.
great in theory.
Yep.
Okay, well, let me go ahead and welcome Zach to the panel. Zach, please, no cussing. It's been going good. I think I can actually get monetized today. What's up, brother?
Oh,
What's going
yeah,
on,
yeah.
Zach?
Appreciate you for having me. How y'all doing? How y'all doing?
Well,
Speaking to the topic, I think that the reason why black people, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I think the reason why black people been voting for the Democratic Party for the last almost 60 years is because that's just what we used to. That's I mean, since the 60s, I guess that's what black people just identify with. So I think that it's really because from what I see, maybe it's a lot of benefits from the past that a lot of black people assume that the Democrat Party is really for us, but we all know that that failed. I mean, we see the results of that today. Going back to what the brother said, I think a man should just stay on his purpose, and whatever he do as a man and stay on his purpose, the woman will follow anyway.
I totally agree.
Okay, somebody was asking what social programs do men not get that women do that is illegal these days. Okay, I'm going to break it down to you because, see, I think earlier with the ladies on the panel, a lot of people misunderstand. See, usually women are the ones that have the children. The one that have the children get access to majority of the social programs. Okay, now if you are a single person, whether you be male or female, and you don't have children, what the most that a lot of these states will do is give you general assistance in the form of food and maybe shelter. Maybe that's a big maybe. Okay, but they don't give you no cash assistance. You got to go look for a job. Okay, you got to go look for a job, and if they do give you cash assistance, it's for a very short period of time. But a lot of these states have cut the general assistance cash programs for individuals. Now, with that said, since women are have the children majority of the time, we get the cash assistance, we get the food stamps, and we get the housing. So
And you
that
get
leaves
childcare
us with
too.
right, and we get childcare. So that leaves us with getting majority of the programs. And because we are on most of these social programs, they will also extend to pay for college training for us or trade school training for us. With the guys with that food stamp card, there's only so much that you can get with that food stamp card. They don't really give the men the same access to the same program. So when I was sitting up here earlier today and trying to tell the ladies that no, these guys ain't really getting access to these same programs like y'all saying. Because I really can't see if these guys had access to these same programs, why would they not participate in it? I don't think it's that much laziness in the world. I just don't
I
think it's
bet.
available.
it's a pride thing. Women don't have the luxury of pride. If a woman has to feed her children and she has to do whatever she has to do to make sure her babies eat. See, a man, if he's standing on his own and he's by himself, his pride won't let him go to the welfare office and apply for the education and the food stamps and the cash, because from what I understand from men, it makes them feel less than, and it skews their whole entire mental purpose. They feel like a bum. It's counterintuitive and counterproductive for them.
I think that's
That's
a
a fact.
culture. I think that's a cultural thing because here in Chicago, like, yeah, you can get food stamps if you homeless, if you've been in a shelter. But the thing with that is, see, most of these shelters up here, they don't take men in. And when they take the women in, they just instantly put them on a list for Section 8 housing vouchers and stuff like that. So I think it's like a cultural thing. If a guy really had to get those assistance and he really needed it, some men would do it. Most
I've
men,
done it.
yeah, I'm right, but I'm saying most men would prefer to work hourly to save their damn money and just get everything like that. which
Well,
goes back.
Zach, maybe you can answer this question. So, if you gotten the assistance, were you able to participate in the jobs programs and the education programs too?
I've never got access.
You,
I've never
I think
had
she was
those.
talking to me.
Okay.
I think he was talking to me, Faith. I said
No,
yes.
no.
I've been on. Oh, you talking to Zach? Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. You said you've been on them?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I've been in the system, and I listen. I wasn't worried about no other programs. I was taking here in New York. They give that to everybody. If you go to the office, they gonna give you it.
Yeah, I think they
So
give
you
you that
could
So
have
little
you could have
208.
got you could have went to school for free, and you could have gotten free education to learn a trade.
No, no,
You
no,
could
not it.
you could do all of that.
I don't think
You
they do
could.
that at Chuck.
There's no limitations to people. We got freedom. We got opportunities and things. If you want it, we just talked about that.
yep.
We,
And even
ain't nobody stopping nobody from anything.
No, but I think it's like a bias thing because even when a man do that, people do look at you different. Like, oh, nigga, you getting help, nigga, they helping you, nigga, you on the state, the state
Hey,
helping you.
in
that's why
life, when you
people
trying to
need help.
survive, brother, when you trying to survive in life, you ain't worried about what nobody
Yeah,
else
I
think
agree with
about you.
that.
You
Wait a
trying to
minute.
eat
So
and you trying to survive.
you mean to tell me that a lot of these guys just be all up in their feelings
Yeah,
and will not go and take advantage of these free programs?
yeah.
They don't want them. They ain't looking for them, and they don't want them.
Wow. You
And
know
this is
what?
the
I
thing.
was on y'all side until today. Wow, that's trifling.
No,
And
but you
y'all
know
don't have
what?
to tell
I think
nobody that you're getting help. This is another thing that's wrong with our community. Everybody think they need to tell people, oh yeah, I went down to this place and I got this program. Unless somebody is coming to you like, yo, I'm trying to better my life. I'm trying to get out of this situation. How? Then you lead them to resources. But if they chilling, they want to smoke weed all day, play the game, chase chicks, or chase penis
Hmm.
all day, don't tell them nothing. It ain't none of their business. Your business is not
Hmm.
everybody's business.
That's
yeah,
a
yeah,
fact.
but you know what? The guys who don't have nothing, and this is another thing too. Like I noticed this, the guys who don't have nothing going on. It's funny how they have access to women, which shows you something about. It just shows you something about black community. Like if we willing to say that you got a lot of guys with no job, no skill, no nothing. How the hell do we have a damn woman? That should
Because
tell
let
you
me
something.
explain. Let me explain. Because in the black community, we don't operate on nobody else's. We ain't on nobody else's program. If I like you and you like me, that's it. We go together.
Well, hold up. I'm just trying to figure out because see, black women came up under this welfare to work program, and if these same programs were available to black men, shame on y'all for not also taking advantage.
We
Well,
don't want them damn programs. You ain't gotta shame us. ain't nobody, ain't nobody want them damn programs.
And you know what that means? You know what that
What are
means
you
too? That
talking about? If it's free school, you're
no,
going
no,
to
no,
school for free.
no. You know
Men
what that
don't
means?
even black men don't even like to go to school. Do you know our people?
told you,
Faith.
Faith.
Do you know
Wow,
our people?
wow. Yeah, I'm
I'm
start.
born and raised
I'm really
from the
starting to get to
projects in
know
the
you.
hood. I know black people up and down. I know what they
Yeah,
want. I
I
know their
do too.
motivations. I know them. These are my people. I know them. I don't have no excuse for them. I know that. I know they chilling. I know they living ghetto fabulous. I know they doing what they doing. Ain't no big problem. Y'all got all the complaints, and y'all having sex with the men under them same circumstances and
Well,
situations.
no,
So
no,
what is?
that this topic is not about what black women doing. This topic is about these social programs, and
Mhm.
I am really I'm horrified to find out that you all could have been educated too. Y'all could
No,
have been
no.
right there with us.
Hold on, Faith. I
Don't
think
ain't
it's.
nobody want this white man's education. They keep this whole system.
Wow, wow.
Listen.
Keep
Wow.
this
Faith.
whole
I
system.
think, I
You
think it's a
cannot
state.
dismantle a system unless you understand it. In order
Now we
to
about to go
dismantle
over
a
the system,
system,
boo. This
you have to
system is
come from
over.
the
We
inside
about to
and
go
know it.
past the system.
Listen,
How?
I
How when
think
y'all
it's
don't
a
got no
state by.
education and y'all don't got no power and y'all don't got no
Don't you
money?
worry about it. Don't you worry about
No,
it.
listen. I think it's a state by state issue because different states is different for different people. Like what goes on in New York is not the same as a Texas or Indiana. So I think it's different. But I will say that this just goes back to most black men have conservative values. They willing to um pull themselves up by their bootstrap and move the hell on. They don't feel bad for
But y'all
themselves.
ain't been
But
pulling
women will take,
yourselves up by y'all
but that's not
bootstrap
true.
stuff.
It's a
We
lot of
ain't
decent
had
black
to.
men.
Y'all been there the whole time. We ain't had to.
You know what? That's a cop out. That
No,
is
it's
No,
not.
really
It's
a
a
cop out.
reality. It's not a. You act like every man want to be this boss and this. Like every man don't want to do all the same things and don't strive for all of that type of stuff. Like a lot of people get like a relationship and they chill the hell out. They eat, they fuck, they sleep. They eat, they fuck, they sleep. They eat.
Wow,
Oh, it's over with you. Next person.
wow, wow.
But see, this goes back to what's part of the problem. Like if black men willing to do what they got to do solo, single handedly by themselves, and our women is taking all these assistants, pretty much taking advantage of all this stuff. Of course, you're gonna have it one side. Of course, you're gonna have more women, more educated, more women have, jobs and higher position. It's not that really because black men ain't trying. It's just because black men have a different mindset when it comes to what they want to do as men. I don't feel
Hmm.
bad for like I look at it like even with me, like I work two jobs. It's cool, but to be honest, I pay my own bills. I do everything I do for myself. So I don't feel bad when I see other people who really going through stuff, and I know what I had to do to just move forward in my life. So when I see these women getting Section 8, but guess what? I pay damn near $1,000 in rent consistently. You just getting Section 8 being lucky as hell and lazy. That's how I look at it. Guess what? I
that's
got
not
I
true.
pay
You have
cash
to
for
sit on
food.
a very long waiting list for Section 8, and Section 8 is also based upon your income.
Right? They can go out of state and get it. They can go to Iowa, Indiana. They do it all the time. They can go to Arizona. Women good
But
with that
how come y'all don't do it?
Nah, they don't
because
give us the housing though.
Yes, they do. I know men on Section 8. You just have to sit
not
on
a
that
lot of
list.
men. They deny men easy. We all know that.
I I think they give us like what is it like 600 at the most outside on cash or something like that, like for your rent or something. Like most
But I'm
dudes I
but
know
I'm
that's
not
on that.
even I'm not even talking about the Section 8, the food stamps or the cash assistance or none of that. I'm talking about school. I'm talking about trades and all this type of stuff. Y'all sitting up here talking about y'all can't get no job, the white man holding you back, you ain't got no opportunities, this,
Mm,
that, and the third. And it
Not
come to
Man,
all of
find
us,
out,
Faith.
them
majority of
Faith,
dudes,
y'all
not
them
just
all
dudes be
lazy.
women.
telling that to y'all because y'all listen to that that stuff.
Not
Y'all
all
listen
black.
to what y'all key in on be amazing to me.
No, but
Not
not
me.
all
I don't
black
be
men think
believing the
like that.
hype. I fight that sleep. There's sleepwalkers and zombies walking among us every single day.
Listen, listen, men don't have no like men like we ain't gonna have no remorse for each other. We get it how we live, you know what I mean, and we ain't got no excuses and you know what I mean, and complaints like that. Like so, I don't be tolerating that from another man. Like ain't nobody your excuse out here. Whatever you want to do, you could do it.
Betty White, don't be feeling bad for these men. They lazy asses. They need to get
Damn,
up and go to
how the
school
Exactly.
heck
or
is we
something.
lazy? It's not all of us, Faith. It's some of us, but that's not all of black men. That's a fact.
Well, I'm
Check
talking
this
about the
out.
ones that's lazy and don't go to school. That's a damn
But
shame.
why y'all always focus on those dudes? Like, why are they the focus? Why do they get focused? Because y'all want to sleep with them same dudes.
No,
Yep.
because they bringing down a community. See,
No,
y'all
but
sit
Ah,
up
all
here and accuse black
y'all
women
are
of bringing
sleeping
down a
with it.
community.
Y'all are sleeping with
Hold
it's a
on.
unison.
No, no,
It's a
no, no. Hold on. Listen to what
No,
I'm
because
saying.
y'all go
unison.
to other races. The other races will sleep with the uneducated, lazy dude, give them money,
So
put it
it's
in their
not an
pocket, make them
issue.
feel like they something.
Exactly.
So it's
Exactly.
not an
Y'all the
issue.
ones bringing down the community. Y'all holding us back. It's been you
Wow.
Negroes this whole time holding us back.
that's not
Oh
true,
wow.
Faith. Because you know
And
why?
then tell us
Your
we
best
ain't
and
We
doing
brightest.
shit.
entrepreneurs. We opening up businesses and hustling. And we ain't worried
No, no, but
about
you know what? That's not true because your best and brightest black men are dating out. We know that top elite educated black men. They don't deal with black women simply because of what we talking about. So you can't say we bringing them down. We bringing the community down. It's a lot of
mm,
decent black men out there, but they get passed up, like the brother said. If you focus
hmm.
on the worst of us, then that's just your focus. You gotta look. You gotta move beyond that.
They trying to place blames at. They looking for somebody to scapegoat and blame about something.
Who needs to scapegoat or blame black men for anything? I mean, can we be
Y'all
really
do.
just can we just really be honest?
Hmm.
Black women are out here. incurring student debt or getting education for free. They're raising children. They're running households. They're paying all the bills, all the rent, doing their thing, keeping their bodies up, most of us, some of us, whatever, doing it all alone while black men are sitting around talking about black women not being submissive and we ain't ish because we're the most educated group. Like, what? The only people that are
That's
really
just
complaining are black men ad nauseum. Black women talk a little mess, yeah, but we go out and we handle our business and we're not sitting around waiting for a black man to do anything. Black men
and
is
I
sitting
agree with
around
that.
talking about something they don't got no power because of all of the benefits that black women receive.
Right. And
Mm.
then when they took away the welfare program, we didn't sit around and cry. They told us we could either work or go to school. We decided to go to school and better ourselves so that we don't have to be completely dependent on the programs no more. But
But
you all,
Mhm.
y'all sat around here, the majority of you, not all, but the majority
Mhm.
of you,
Mhm.
you're
Mhm.
not taking advantage of any of these programs. Y'all just sitting back lazy, waiting on the women, then complaining about submission.
well,
I
y'all
can't
gotta
with
Yeah.
under,
y'all.
y'all gotta
I can't
understand
with
this.
them either, Faith. I can't. I can't do
Man,
it
listen,
either.
y'all gotta understand. Black men, to me, is the only group of men that really have to reason with their women, from what I see. So of course, black men feel like, you know what I'm saying, we not being appreciated. Matter of fact, not only we ain't being
Mm.
appreciated, you don't give a damn about us anyway until you can get something out of us. This
Y'all
is
have
why.
to reason with
This is
us. Y'all
no,
have to
hold
reason
on.
with us to have power as a man. I'm
No,
confused.
it's not about power. We talking about the community. What we see is a result of fathers not being in the house. Okay, so if
Mm.
we see that, we know a lot of black men feel like they not appreciated. So of course they
Mm.
starting to look at it like, because black men has been raised to be quiet, man up, don't say nothing, get your shit
Mhm.
together, and that's bullshit. Because a lot of black men seen other races of people, for example, men, they don't even go through half of what we go through, and for some reason they can keep families together. That's the issue. It's all about the household. That's all it is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, well, let me introduce Kenny onto the stream. What's up, Kenny? I saw you down there. You asked for the link. What you got to say, brother?
What's going on, Kenny?
Hey, hey, how you guys doing? I just came in and I'm like, whoa, but I'm listening to the conversation. I'd like to say this. And I want to take it back to this presidential debate, right? Well, Ice Cube. So Ice Cube, puts out this contract of Black America. Faith, I know you guys talked about it a few days ago or whatever. But Don Lemon says something that was interesting to me, and I'm hearing this a lot from the liberal side. He says, well, black women are not on the same page, or I should say black men are not on the same page as black women when it
Mhm.
comes to this whole situation. Why? um they were talking about DACA, the free trade agreement, all that stuff like that. What he was saying, what they were saying was that black men have more of a problem with a lot of the things that liberals are doing, because, like, for instance, we're talking about the free trade agreement that's bringing in a lot of immigrants, and those immigrants are competing for the jobs that were traditionally done by blacks. I heard the sister earlier talking about how a lot of the trades. Now I know I'm 46 years old. Uh, it was virtually impossible. Okay, and I think right, like, after I graduated from high school, a lot of those trade, classes, like, wood shop, auto mechanic, those things were
Yep.
basically gone. But I remember when I was in high school, it was impossible to get in them classes, right? I mean, you had to have super good grades and everything, in order to qualify to get in them. Every male wanted to get in those classes. I don't know what happened. I know when my son is 24. He, they didn't have that stuff when he was in school. So the point being is, but that is something that black men utilize to take care of their family, that was taken away in two ways. Like you said, we this the skill that was normally taught in school was taken away, and then also the government took it away by allowing other immigrants to come in, and then they just undercut the labor. Now, why? Here's my question to the sisters. right? When you're saying that, well, we're not doing what we're supposed to do, this, that, and the third. But listen to what the black men are saying. We have a problem. These are things that we were using to feed and take care of our families, like the few that do, that take care of our families. Why aren't you guys supporting us? If we are against this, if we are against something that we know, I told somebody before, a black man's success is going to be a success for black women and black kids. One last thing I want to say, again, going back to Trump, I can't preach this enough. Going back in 2016 when Trump ran against Hillary Clinton, listen, Trump has been known as misogynist, a sexist. He's arrogant. He's a jerk, right? All the things that women hate about men, right? He ran against the poster child for femininity. Everything the sister said, Hillary Clinton is a lawyer. She's independent. She makes her own money. All these things that are basically a poster child for femininity, right? What happened? White women,
Yep.
Trump himself said white women were the reason he got into office. Why? Because they didn't like what Clinton and her husband did when they had NAFTA, that free trade agreement that basically opened up the trade between China and India and all that stuff. Like a lot of them warehouse jobs that people were doing up in Pennsylvania and all that, those jobs went to Canada and Mexico, and guess what? Them white boys lost their job. And when them white boys lost their job, even 25 years later, right? Or 20 years later, them women remember that and they voted for a misogynist, sexist man over a white female feminist. Think about that. That's all I got to say.
They voted for
Mm.
him because of the Benghazi scandal, for the Whitewater scandal, and for the Watergate scandal that Hillary Clinton was involved in. They voted because her policies and her procedures and what she did when she had political power was detrimental to people as a whole, her and her husband and their whole camp.
Mm.
So while
Okay.
people hate on Donald Trump and his misogyny and whatever, his policies are pretty decent. I mean, they are beneficial to the wealthy, which is another reason why he's getting into office. Because white women, and why he got into office and why he will probably be reelected. White women think about the bottom line and the bag. They think about how taxes are going to affect their family on a whole. We think about how we can spend money in our culture, Black people as a whole. We're not thinking about legacy wealth. And this is why we continue to vote for Democrats, because we're thinking about what is available right now. But Black men don't take advantage of the programs afforded by the Democratic Party when they're on the table based off of pride and ego.
Well, we can't. Black men can't think black family if they don't have no black families,
But Black men have children hither and yon.
right? That they not caring about like that. Like, so they're not gonna want to take part in the political process from that aspect. Like, it's
So is
more
that a
about
problem
feel
for
good for now.
so is that a problem based on Black women, Black men, or both?
It's both. Just like dude is saying, we gotta understand how we work together, how we need each other in this. Like, we don't have time to be dissing each other when we have so much to do together in the political, aspects and relationship aspects. And it's all this bickering and stuff. Like, we can't accomplish any goals. Like, when things arise in our lives, we have to handle them amicably and like adults. And so the reason and the way that we're not, it's affecting everything, our political process, the way we vote, the way we look at things. So I think, it goes full circle.
So then the blame game does have no value because people are taking it as blame assignation instead of looking at it like, okay, where is the accountability? Black men,
But
you need to be doing X, Y, and Z. Black women, you need to be doing X, Y, and Z. It always devolves into this gender war because nobody wants to take their accountability. Black
no,
men
but you
Because
know.
always
it gets
go ahead.
personal.
Go ahead.
It's
Go ahead.
like I'm a man without kids. So if you got kids, it would be between you and that man and how y'all do.
Right.
And that's out
But
for the next person and the
I
next person and the next person.
I
But a
think
lot of
that
black
whether
men
we
without kids speak on the raising of kids and how black women with children operate. And honestly, you have no dog in that fight because you don't know anything about what it takes to raise children when you don't have children. I
yeah,
think people
but oh,
Mhm.
go ahead.
I think people that are not married should not speak on marital issues because they have no
Mhm.
dog in that fight. I think that
Mhm.
people that are not parents should not speak on that because they have no dog in that fight.
Mm.
Yeah, but that's
But they
not
do.
true
I
though.
tend to
That's not.
agree, but you know what's going
That's
on
not.
today? Everybody's speaking about everybody's stuff. So if everybody's got a right to talk, then everybody's got a right to talk. And that's how I
No,
look at it.
no. But
Yeah.
you know what? That's not true because people seeing bad examples of marriages, relationships, fathers not being in the house, whether they got kids or not, whether they married or not. All they got to do is see these examples and say, "Up, I don't want that shit."
But she's saying we don't
I'm
have a
sorry
no,
about that. I'm sorry
she's
about
saying
that.
if we're
No.
not in that and we don't have a right to even speak about it.
What I'm saying is, you don't have a
I mean,
right to tell a woman how she should operate when she's raising children when that man has left. Because what I see is that it's always the blame. Well, it's on the black woman. Well, you didn't keep that family together. Well, you didn't tolerate his nonsense. So you're not of value. And it's never the
Mhm.
conversation that, well, damn, these black women are being left without kids. How do we as black men stop this from happening? And this is when we get into leadership. If black men feel that black women are making poor decisions in who they choose to sleep with and how they choose to handle their business and comport themselves, then isn't it up to black men as the leaders to change the dynamic and the narrative?
Yes, yes. I mean, but that would just benefit y'all. But y'all still got all the freedom to make all the choices y'all want and get with who y'all want anyway. I mean,
No,
anything that black men would be doing, it would be doing. They'll be doing it for themselves to put themselves in a better situation.
and that's
And
what I'm saying.
whoever
We
gets
can't.
with and the black woman that gets with him will benefit from that. So yes, all in order to answer your question, yes, we need to do what we need to do to put ourselves in better financial situations and better political situations overall in the scope of global and politics. You know,
Okay.
so
Okay.
overall,
So let me
yes, we
get this
do.
straight. Okay. So let me get this straight. With that being said, then we gotta come to a conclusion that black men and black women have two completely different ideas about what they want in life. Can we agree on that?
I
Yes,
don't
I
think it's
said that
completely
earlier.
different. I think the paths that they take to get to the end result are different because there's a lack of communication in the foundation of relationships. I think sex being pushed to the forefront of relationships is stopping us from having true growth.
Yeah, but you know what? We have to look back on the past. Why is it that in the past grandmama and granddaddy stayed together? They made it work.
Because grandmama didn't have no choice.
But that's not true. They had stable families.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying to you. The woman suffrage movement was birthed because men were out there doing the same things that they're doing right now: cheating on women, abusing women, having kids outside of the marriage and the home. But men had all of the financial capabilities and women had none. So, with the birth of women's suffrage and women starting to get rights in the law, that caused a divide in the family because black men did not adapt to those changes. They felt like they could still operate under the same laws that used to exist and get the same results. Life is constantly about evolution. We have to evolve. If we know for a fact that men having multiple families and stretching out the wealth in the household is detrimental to society, then men need
Mhm.
to stop having children and black women need to stop allowing themselves to be impregnated by men that don't have good morals.
that's true. That's
I hear
true.
you.
But
I tend to
but
agree.
but still, I mean, I also would like to say, add too, that we need to watch who we call ourselves following. I mean, I have a lot of respect for what Ice Cube did, and I mean, I'm seeing a lot of pushback, a whole lot. I mean, let's look at Ice Cube. Okay, self-made. All the things I hear these sisters talk about, self-made man. He ain't no scandal. Uh, you know, has been with the same woman, been married for what, probably 25 years. Don't got a bunch of baby mamas and all that stuff like that. He's trying to lead by example. Now he's actually trying to get something done, right?
Hmm.
Everybody should be on board with what Ice Cube is doing, as at least black people anyway.
Black men are.
Right, right. But well, unless you're liberal black men are, and I'm seeing a lot of pushback from women. Why? I mean, Faith. I know Faith. Is not all black women, because I know Faith. I got the gist that I think she kind of was feeling what he was doing, and I'm not saying the sister on here is not. But the point is that I get it. There's culpability on both sides, but you know what? As long as we still have a mindset that, as from a woman's standpoint, I don't really need a certain type of man because I'm independent. I could do it on my own. Well, I'm sure you can, but you still gonna want a man. And from the man's standpoint, these knuckleheads shouldn't even have the opportunity to be reproducing themselves because they just reproducing more knuckleheads and more people that we going to deal with. And one last thing that people were saying, we all look. If my taxes got to go to what the BS that other people is doing, you damn right I'm gonna have an opinion about it. I gotta pay for it. We all gotta pay for it. If you get up and you work, you have your business, whatever it is you're doing, and you pay taxes, you have to take into account a financial account for what everybody else is doing. No matter what. What the brother was saying, or him, screen learning. Or I wish we could have a conversation. He said that the people have power. Hillary Clinton with us being president. The problem is the shadow government, also the electoral college. Look, screen learning, and everybody listening, it's still the electoral college. You're right, but it still comes down to votes. Okay, if the people that voted in that district, those electoral college would have went to whoever based on who voted for who. These representatives saying, well, our people are saying we want this person. Okay, it goes back to what more than half of white women wanted Donald Trump. They all got scandals. Okay, well, guess what? Biden is in a big ass scandal right now with his son, and if you believe what's going on with the Ukraine, he's in a scandal. He should. So let's see what happens now. I'm not so much a Trump fan, so much as I'm a black man, and I'm concerned about what's going on, in our community. And I think she's very intelligent. A lot of the stuff she's saying, I 100% agree with. But I think the biggest thing is when I'm listening to these conversations, I kind of steer away from it because all I hear is a bunch of finger pointing, and well, I'm doing this because you doing this, and you do, and it is no culpability. I'm the first person to say, as a man myself, starts with the men. It starts with you. You want women. Women are not going to follow you if you ain't giving them nothing credible to follow, and they shouldn't. If all you think, if you're qualified for being a man is how many women you can bed, shame on you.
I
Women
agree with
shouldn't.
that. I agree with that.
Or
It
how big
shouldn't
the
be,
penis is.
or
Yeah,
how
I
big,
agree with that.
whatever it is. That's why if you listen to what I said. Ice Cube to me is a respect that I think when I listen to the arguments women will make, and I think they're 100% reasonable. I don't think what black women are asking men to do, take care of your kids. I think really black women have the lowest threshold and the highest tolerance level for what black men do, for what their men do.
Amen. Amen.
And that's the only thing I'll hold a black woman. The rest of it is on these sorry dudes.
Yeah, yeah, but you know what though? How do you explain the space then? So these guys is making it up when they talk about their experience in
Because,
all these spaces.
because we as men have put our women in a position where they gotta basically be men. That's why they're doing what they're doing. We
Who?
have
Thank
we have
you. Thank
we
you.
have put them in a position where they got no choice. Okay, that's why when I'm having conversations with dudes, and I even tell my son, don't come talking about this, that, and the third, and what you expecting. Make sure, excuse me, say for saying it, make sure your shit is tight and right before you come talk about what anybody else needs to be doing. Make sure. That's why I respect Ice Cube. Like I can't say enough. You cannot say nothing bad about this dude. You can't. Not that we know of. You can't. That's why I'm saying, well, ladies, why are you not following Ice Cube? Not every single one, but when you heard when he was on that show the other day with those 4 or 5 women,
Foxhole.
huh?
Foxhole.
Yeah, I was very disappointed, thoroughly disappointed. This is the dude that you women are talking about. This is the dude you said, well, we had this. Well, you got it. There it is. There it is.
Been a family man his whole life, his whole career.
Whole life. You know, there get behind. Guess what, ladies? If you publicly showed you get behind, hey, I want a man like Ice Cube. Guess what? Brothers would start acting like Ice Cube.
Facts.
You know, they will change their way of thinking because the truth be told, yes, is we all we behave on instinct. Our instinct is we want to be able to procreate. You guys want to be able to procreate. You should want to be able to procreate with the right type of men. You guys can dictate the right type of men. That's really
Right. But
what it boils
they
down
have the
to.
freedom. They got the freedom to choose another type of guy, and then we as men are gonna get mad at those men that got chosen by those women.
Nah, you
I
should
am because
shame
I
those
am
type of dudes
because
and make that type of behavior
irregardless, them dudes
completely unacceptable.
I'm sorry, sister. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just saying you should shame those dudes and make that type of behavior completely unacceptable. Don't pat these brothers on the on the
You
back and tell them
right.
go ahead
Yep,
pimping.
yep. I ain't giving them no slack. I don't care. Because you know what? That you know what they'll tell. Well, I'm grown. I'm gonna give a damn if you grown. You ain't shit. You ain't doing what you're supposed to do. She gave you I call that an opportunity. That's what I call that. Okay. And again, if I'm talking to the dude, well, she gave you the opportunity. Take advantage of it. That's the way I see it. Like the sister said, everybody's saying, I think about that. Everybody has some kind of accountability in what we're talking about. Everybody has accountability. Nobody is above reproach here. But
Well,
when I
how I'm
go
sorry to
ahead.
cut you off, brother. How can I shame this dude if I don't have what he got? Or he gonna be like, oh, you ain't got no girls, or you ain't got no kids, or you ain't got this, that, or you know?
Then you tell him
I
because
can
I'm
shame
making sure I got myself right and exact. I'm making sure before I approach a woman, I have my stuff together so she don't have nothing to complain about. That's how you shame her.
right. I can shame him because he ain't doing what he's supposed to be doing. Bottom line. He ain't he's put his job on the back of a woman. Yeah, I'm gonna shame him for that. That don't mean that it wasn't wise for what she did, but hey, you know what? Two people made a bad decision, one is holding up to it. One is saying, all right, well, I made a bad decision. Now I gotta stick it out. I gotta do this, I gotta do that, I gotta do this. I got okay, hey, it's don't mean I'm not sister, you made a bad decision. That's why you where you are right now. You made a bad decision. I'm not finna let him go. He made a bad decision too. He wasn't ready to create a family.
All right. Well,
That's
now
gonna
I
be
got
hard.
to I got to introduce the new people back on the panel. Welcome back, Zach and DOD. Welcome to the panel. What's up, brother?
What up,
Hey,
DOD?
Faye.
What's up, DOD? How you
Hey,
doing, bro?
Hey
I'm doing
DLD.
good. What's going on, Aaron,
Hey,
Raw,
Zach.
Zach, Ken?
What's up, y'all?
Hey man, I just came up here real quick just to say I knew Ken was gonna straighten shit out for y'all because I think just like Ken do, it's up to the men. We got to lead. All this crying about. I mean nowadays, man, a lot of these black men are crying like women used to cry back in the 70s and 80s
Mm.
about
Mhm.
about just different crazy shit. I've never heard black men complain as much as they're complaining these days. All you have to do is get
Right.
him to do what a man has to do for his family. It's not hard. You make it hard if you're sitting around complaining all goddamn day long.
Yeah,
Now, Era,
I agree.
I agree. I agree with you, Era, on some of the things you say, brother. But it's a lot of the things you say, man. I can't rock with. And
It's
sitting
all
around
good,
here
bro.
doing
It's
let
just
me let
Jesus
me
and
push
time,
let
I
me
just
push
can't do it.
back on what you said, brother.
it's all good.
I
It's all
agree a
good.
little bit, but I'm gonna have to disagree. See, because for me, for some reason now it's complaining. Someone's a black man got something to say, it's complaining, and like I just said, man up, and this is what black men have been told for years. So now all of a sudden, someone's a man got a disagreement with a woman. That's not true. It's a lot of men, but it's a lot of men that do what they have to do. Period. Take care of their family, all that, and they still being messed over. So
But
I mean,
Zach,
I
And
don't
they
think it's
fall
complaining.
down, and they take knocks, and
well,
they fall down.
hold on, Zach. See, here's what your problem is, brother. Here's what your problem is. From a man to a man, your problem shouldn't be with the woman. Your problem should be with whoever's holding you back. And it's probably another man. See, when men go to war, they don't go to war with the women in the other tribe or at the other country. They go to war with the men. Okay,
I
so
agree with that.
that's where you seem to be trying to argue. Well, what do you want her to do? By
No, I'm
but
not. I'm
by
not
your
even
own.
arguing.
Well, no, and I shouldn't say you. I'm just saying in general. What do you want her to do? You want her. You want her to follow your lead,
I mean,
right?
yeah, but
You
yeah,
if we want. I want my wife. I can't tell my wife, babe, listen to me. Let me do this. Just follow me, please, babe. Let me do my thing. Have faith in me, and then turn around and say, this is on you, and put everything on her. If it gotta be on her, then guess what? I just put her. I don't want to say level because we are on the same level, but I basically just I put the onus back on her. Put the onus
And
on the
I
on the
have
dudes
a
on the
problem with
dudes
that
that's holding
phrase,
you back.
man. Let me. I can't.
Huh?
I have a problem with that "let me" shit, man.
right, right.
I've
You a
never let
man.
no
You can do
woman.
what you got to
Ain't no
do as a
woman gonna
man.
let me do
I
nothing.
Right. Exactly.
no, but
Because
I'm
guess
just
what?
saying, brother. I'm just saying, brother, not to cut you off. This
Yeah.
space, are we saying this space is complaining, or they have some legitimate they can talk about? So what? I mean,
Mm.
you see,
Does the attitude reflect leadership?
I mean, in so
I mean,
many
I
ways.
just don't sit around using excuses about. I'm just not an excuse type of person, man. It's time to get up and go to work. It's time to get up and go to
That's
work.
right. That's right.
Right.
No
And
excuses.
I'll be damned if I'm gonna let some dude or some other race of men or whatever, because that's really what it is.
All
That's
right. Well, real quick, shout out to Brown Girl Bella. She says, "Faith, great discussion, sis. You have a new follower. Thank you, Brown Girl Bella. Thank you so much for subscribing. Go ahead, guys."
yeah. I mean, what I was saying was, I'll put it like this: the if I'm gonna put a percentage on it, and men, I hate to say this, I'm going to say it's going to be 90-10. Okay, 90% of it is the men. Fish rots from the head. Okay, in anything we do. I don't. We follow sports. You get a team that sucks. You fire the coach. You replace the general manager. You know, it starts from the head. You don't
Well,
get rid of the whole team.
women select who the head is, right?
No.
Right. Women. No, no, you do. You do. You select who you want to be. You be your head.
Hmm.
But
Hmm.
again, if you're gonna put women in a position that where they're gonna be a man and they gotta run their house, well, damn it, they should be able to select who they want to select. Then stop, little ladies, stop complaining. But
That's
again,
true. That's true.
from a man standpoint, okay,
So
men.
now let me give
eh,
you from a woman's standpoint.
Okay, go ahead.
Hmm.
A woman could be like, "Oh, I like this dude. I want to be with this dude." But a good man, if he's not feeling how that woman acts, behaves, how she does, whatever she does, he's going to walk away.
Hmm.
So are women choosing who they want to be with, or are men choosing who to lead or take advantage of?
Mm.
All right, let me put it to you like this. Sis, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but let me
Robbie
put it to you,
privileged.
Robbie Privilege. Okay, Robbie. All right, let me put it in my personal opinion. All right, um, how you from a man's point of view, how you present yourself is how you gonna be treated. Again, I tell my son, and all men can attest to this. You got wifey, and you got the chick that you wouldn't even want to know where you live, and then you got everything in the middle,
So is
right?
it not on men to like stop treating every chick like wifey, or stop presenting as if they're treating a chick like wifey? Because we're not gonna act like these dudes don't have placeholders, that they don't build up women's head and think that they mean more to them than they actually do.
Sure.
I
Who
think
established right, but who
I
establishes the
think that's a
placeholder?
value thing.
Who establishes the placeholder? If you present yourself, first of all, if you ain't ratchet and doing all this stuff like that, then you are not going to be willing to accept the dude is going to put. If you got to ask yourself where you stand with a man, you answered your own question.
But let me
You
tell
should
you,
never have to. Go ahead.
because I had well, I happened to listen to a conversation a while ago, and it was men that were talking. Now these are married men that are in relationships with good women, that are listening to what they have to say, providing them access to funds, helping them live their lifestyle, encouraging them to build business. And they out here in the world doing what they want to do, putting their penis, dropping it off wherever they want to, and like manipulating the situation to keep getting funding. So you have good women out here that are being submissive and whatever to these men, and these men are doing the wrong thing. We have
Hmm.
to look at that aspect of the situation as well. Just like you have women out here that are pretending to be good women, that are doing whatever it is that they want to do. That is a factor. So we can't
Right.
just say it's all one or the other.
But Robbie,
Right,
here's
right,
here's
right,
the
right.
difference. Here's the difference. The women ain't struggling though. I'm not saying is that they're right. I'm not saying that those dudes what they're doing is right.
Hmm.
But it's a big difference from dealing with a dude that got his stuff together and he's doing that weirdo stuff, and a dude and a homosexual that basically you got to take care. A homosexual, you got basically a kid with a dingaling
So
that
Hmm.
you
how are
using.
you how are we going to sit here and say women aren't struggling, but then sit here and say that women are utilizing the most governmental programs? If you have to use a governmental program, by definition, you're struggling because you're living at or below poverty.
Well,
Isn't that because of the kids
that's not
though? Isn't
necessarily
that
true.
Americans living like that though. That ain't just black people.
Yeah. I'm a firm. Whenever somebody tells me about black women and how they on welfare and all that whatever, and I come back. What about corporate welfare? Donald Trump, just who's a worth how much? It said that or he didn't say that, but he only paid $700 in taxes. I was paying $7 in taxes when I was working at McDonald's years ago.
Found the loophole.
Yeah, well, it's
And,
corporate welfare. That's
and
to me,
white
that's
people
what
are
it
on these
is.
government and white people are on
Yeah,
these government programs more than black people are.
right. Well,
To
even
be
even
honest,
even if you look, if you getting some kind of kickback from the government, to me, that's welfare. I don't care how you got it or what you got it for. It's welfare. If you so I don't see why we look at women in a certain way. Yeah, I'll say I don't like you doing it because they assume control of your household. They tell you who can live there. They tell you, as far as the situation with your men, they kind of dictate a lot of things that happens in your household, right? And we need to try to keep the government out of our household.
Well, that's
Okay, because I
democratic
do feel
policy
that
right there.
there's a
That's what
That's
I'm
difference.
talking
democratic
about.
policy. That's a
You know,
democratic policy that a lot of our people just obsessed with. You need less government. Stuff on the
right?
local level
And
you can do.
I
But see,
agree with
that's
that.
why they that's why
Agreed.
they everybody thought Trump was racist and all that. But you're gonna have to pick between the lesser of two evils. I rather
but see,
keep
but
working with the
see,
president we got. To be
but
honest,
see, new era. I even disagree with that because I don't care if it's a democratic system or a Republican system. If you're going to get them to go to work, that's what you're going to do. You know what I'm saying? Don't sit
Okay,
around
right.
talking about a program, waiting for a program,
Hell
regardless
no.
of who's in office.
Right. I'm with
But
you on that. Totally.
But the point is, with the access to these programs and these resources, it steals the ambition of the community. Because see, where's the push? Where's the push to get up, get out, and get something when you know you could just go down to the welfare office and apply for something and your needs are met?
Mm.
We need to abolish all of these programs, because if we abolish these programs, we will stop having women and men being so willy-nilly with their sexual parts and creating these children. We'll stop
Well,
having these
You
homosexuals.
gonna have women
these
disagree with you on that,
programs are
Roger.
fallback programs. If you haven't made it in life or wherever, if something goes on, we mental illness or anything, these programs are fallback. They're safety nets. But for those who can forward think and progressively think, we're not supposed to be using them.
Right, but the problem
Well,
is they're not fallbacks. The problem is they are now career paths for a lot of people.
Oh
Exactly.
wow.
It's pretty
yeah,
much
That's
enabling
you
people
know
to
what?
be lazy and not feed into
It
the
goes
system.
it goes back to what Lyndon B. Johnson said when he implemented that new program. I understand welfare was originally supposed to be for widows and people that lost their husbands in the war, and he changed that. And what did he say? He said, "I might have." Well, if you believe he said it, I do. I'm gonna have these niggas voting Democrat for the next
For the
200
next,
years.
yep, yep.
Mm.
Okay, think about that. And and again, it's a form of control. That's what it is.
And people don't even
And
realize that slavery was abolished underneath of Republican Party control.
but you know what? I feel you. You're right. You're right. But let's understand something. Technically, it wasn't abolished. If you
It
look
was.
at the 13th Amendment
I
and what it
completely
says,
agree. Yes, you're right.
yeah, and what it says, then, and again, it's the word, and they teach you this, and again, that's why black people teach your kids. Don't let these schools tell your kids stuff. If you get arrested
Mm-hmm.
and thrown in jail, you are a legal slave.
Yep.
Facts.
Okay, be mindful of that. But you're right. I mean, but a lot of the things, that's why blacks were Republican, you know, back in the day. That's why they were Republican. But I really, truthfully, like Malcolm X said, I see Republicans and Democrats as two sides of the same coin. Malcolm X, when he gave that speech, he basically gave a comparison. He said that the Republican was the wolf and the Democrat was the fox. And we're the chicken. And the wolf is
Damn.
blatant. He could look, I'm looking to snatch you up, and the fox is smart. I'm gonna play with you. I'm gonna toy with you, make you think we best friends, and then I'm gonna snatch you up. What we
That's
got to
it.
do, what we got to do. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna get off because I'm enjoying the show, and but what we got to do is we got to stop being so doggone loyal to one side or the other. I'm not saying that the Republicans are better than Democrats, the Democrats are better than Republican. I like what Ice Cube is saying, and whoever is gonna be willing to work with us, that's who we work with. We're the most monolithic voting block out of everybody. We are far and away the most monolithic group. Let's utilize our vote to do what's in the best interest of us, not black women, not black men, black people as a whole.
Exactly,
Hey, thanks,
exactly.
Faith.
Hey, DLD, before you
But
leave
now,
though, because
Kim, let me ask you this.
I was meaning to ask you and Kenny the same question that I asked all the other guys when they were up on the panel. But it goes back to these social programs. Come to find out, according to Zach and according to Arab Black, the same social programs that were available to black women during the Clinton administration was available for black men to go to school or learn trades. Do you agree?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah,
Hello?
yeah, I totally agree. I agree.
Okay, okay, so why do you think these black men just didn't take advantage of the programs? Are they lazy?
I can't answer that. Like I said, I've never went through any of those work programs. I worked in corporate America. I never used excuses about what I couldn't do. I was out there and made it happen. So I mean, I didn't talk for those
Facts.
for those people. I don't know what
Facts. I've
their
been a
motivation
CO.
or
I've
lack
worked for
thereof.
Nissan.
Right, but that's you, one
Go
person.
ahead,
But we're
Aaron.
talking about as a group. Like, have you noticed this? Have you noticed the lack of motivation as a group?
Well, yeah, of course I've noticed it, but I've always just I just always assumed that those people were just lazy and didn't want to didn't want to put the work. That's the way I've always looked at it.
Wow. Now, and this is nothing against what you guys are saying, because my eyes are opening up wide now. Now these Negroes, they not gonna get no slack from me anymore.
Don't have no slack or go
I
hard.
mean, there's
Tear
certain
their asses up.
barriers. There's certain barriers that are in place, but I mean, if you really want to go out there and do something with your life, you can do it.
Oh, and thanks, Ken, for the $10 super chat. I'm just now seeing it. But yeah,
Oh,
that was all I that's all I really want.
And on the Republican Party thing too, Lincoln didn't free the slaves because he wanted to. He didn't wake up one morning and have an epiphany that all slavery is wrong. He freed, helped fight against the South. He wrote a letter saying that if he could do anything but free the slaves to win that war, he would have done it. So I mean, so don't be fooled. Today's Republicans are different than the Republicans of Lincoln.
You know what, DOD? I don't necessarily trust the government. Historically, they haven't, they haven't done anything in favor of black folk, to push us forward in this life. So I'm not ever counting on them. I'm one of those guys who just get up
Right.
and go get it. It don't matter who the president is or the mayor or nothing.
I agree, Aaron. Yep, I agree with you, brother.
Yeah, definitely. So, but I think that a lot of people who are so ingrained in the American system, they have a great job, they got political ties, or they're in the system more so than black men. I think a lot of black women have more invested in who is who and who is what. But at the same time, it's the president of the United States who's currently the president who's talking about grabbing him in the coochie and all of this type of stuff. So at the same time, it's also a masculine man's era and movement at which I want to see men take part in the political process and begin to take leverage. But I just don't ever see where we've been beneficial or gained anything from it. But I can see where women would have something to gain, or people who are very high up within the system.
Can I ask you black men a question? Why is it that black men have not established their own political parties to push their own agendas and get their needs met then?
DOD?
Well, because we don't have people out there, we don't have lobbyists, like that for our community. All these other races of people, they have lobbyists. They have people out there in Washington fighting for them. Whenever we get power, like the Black Caucus, whenever we're in any type of power, we feel that we have to not rock the boat. You know what I'm saying?
So then black men are defeated. They walk into life defeated, because what you guys have to realize, when the United States of America seceded from the British regime, there were no party lines. They just decided they weren't going to take it anymore. And they did what they needed to do. And they revolted. There was a war.
Mm-hmm. Now that's where I'm at with it. Like, I feel like black men want to go to
people
war,
a
but they really
war
don't.
right now. I mean, America will drop a bomb on this before they allow us to take over.
Not with the world watching them, they wouldn't. Because, see, that's the thing. Black men are at war with each other every day. Black men are at war with each other every day.
But that's the system. Yeah, but that's the system to have us fighting against each other. We even fighting against our women. Our women are fighting against each other. That's the system that they have us in.
If black men have access to all of these, you know, automatic rifles and pistols, and they can shoot and kill each other, it's a choice. You guys can choose to come together and use that same energy that you use against one another to rail against the system that you feel is oppressing you. And this is the issue that I have with black men. I'm gonna need y'all to
Well,
come
see,
together.
that's what my whole right. But see, that's what my whole mindset is about. It's about us coming together, us men, and not. I'm not talking about women on the front lines. I'm talking about black men on the front lines coming together to do something. But I know right now we don't have the numbers. We don't have the manpower. We don't have the firepower. We
Yeah,
don't
you
have any
do.
of that right now.
You
No, we
do.
don't.
And this is the thing.
Because
No,
like I
you
told you,
do.
they will drop a bomb on this place, bro. They will drop a bomb before they let us take this. They will drop a nuclear bomb on America before they let black people take this country over. We don't have the firepower. We just don't have it right
But this is the
Well,
thing.
we can gather politically. We can gather our numbers just in a state of mind. I think what prevents us is the something that can galvanize us and put us all in the mindset. Like you kind of got to be ready to die.
Right. Because
now.
even
But see, that's
being
the thing. We've been so assimilated. We've been so assimilated into this collective of America. We're not. Again, we don't have the numbers.
but this is the thing.
There are some
When the
people
Black
that are
Panther
comfortable on the plantation.
when the Black Panther Party started and Martin Luther King started with his I Have a Dream, and Malcolm X started with, by any means necessary. They weren't
Mhm.
on the same page in method, but as an umbrella, they were on the same method and message of black
Mhm.
unity, black
Mhm.
pride, and black power. I need black
Okay.
men to understand can't is not a word that should ever be in your vocabulary.
Facts.
Y'all need
Hope
to
either.
get it together.
Facts. Facts. Facts.
Y'all need to stop sitting there and saying what black women are not doing
And
to
I totally agree
support
with
you
you on
that
that,
we're
bro.
not.
I totally agree.
Mhm.
Yeah, y'all need to stop saying that we're not supporting you and we're not listening to you. All of these black men that have all of this money talking about high value and using that to manipulate women, that's cool or whatever if that's what you choose to do. But I need y'all black men to start asking all these high value, high dollar, high earner men why they are not investing this money into a black party, into a black men's
Because
party.
they have
Why are they not
Mm.
becoming
assimilated,
lobbyists?
because they're assimilated into this white system. That's why.
Because y'all as a collective celebrating, y'all as a collective embrace the materialism, y'all as collective embrace the power, y'all as a collective submit to this ideology that other races are better than you. And I need you as black men to understand y'all are the leaders, y'all are the kings, y'all built this country, y'all
That's
are
I
the
agree.
most
goddamn
Yeah,
right.
it
highest, and y'all
sounds
are the
it
most
You're
sounds
right.
righteous.
like you all are saying the same thing. He's saying
Yeah.
that they have pretty much integrated into the system,
And
and
it's
I
time
do
to break
agree.
free.
But aren't they like more like the black boule?
I don't know
Or
nothing
you
about
just
Black Boule, but what I know
oh
is
okay.
But
Black people.
it's not even just the black boule, but you have black people as far as even in our ghetto mindset, we've integrated into the system because we think everything and all things white is better.
Right. That
Right.
part.
Mm.
That's
Exactly.
the part I have an issue with. We need to
Yeah,
stop
me
assigning
too.
things to race and just understand its culture. We all have access to the same information. We all have access to the same exposure. We all have access to the same tools that they use against us to keep us downtrodden and to keep power over us. At what point do we say, you know what? Let me start watching my enemy. Let me start understanding the person that is oppressing me and understanding how to take my power back. Black men ain't going get that type of knowledge by focusing on castigating black women and pushing the blame on black women. That's the part that I'm
Yeah,
saying.
once black men do that, oh, you guys will have all the submission you want.
Now that's a fact. I totally agree with that. That's a whole fact.
Well, see, I already get my submission. I don't trip off of that. That's come natural. You know,
Ain't you
I'm
Right,
single,
just,
but
Arab Black?
we talk about as the group. Right, right. We talk
What's
about as the group.
well,
submission?
huh?
What's submission? What's submission? Ain't you
What do
single?
no, not anymore.
Okay,
Wait a minute.
DOD.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait, is that DOD or Arab Black?
That was
Nah, that's
DOD.
DOD.
That's DOD. That's me.
Oh,
He'll
you
say
said that
DOD said, I
you got
got
all
my
the.
woman.
Oh, you got your woman. Okay, okay. I thought that was Arab Black talking about he getting all the submission. I'm like, what submission?
I
Eric, he
got a
gonna get
girlfriend
there.
or
He gonna
two.
get there.
Listen, Faye, I don't have no problem with women though. I'm not gonna cry or complain about women. I got women that submit to me and that are very beneficial in my life. So I ain't got no issues about women.
Oh, okay, all right. I'll take your
And
word
me, and
for it.
me, I love black women. I've only
Yeah.
dated black women. I don't know any
That's
other
it.
race of women.
That's
I
it.
just love
I
I
ain't
love
never
black
no
women.
Chinese, Indian, and it don't matter if I never be with this.
But y'all just got to take your power. Stop requesting other
Mhm.
people give you your leadership. Stop requesting other people give you your power. Take it.
I
That
agree.
elbow my way in. Take it.
Emulate Marcus Aurelius. Emulate Genghis Khan. Emulate Malcolm X. Emulate Marcus Garvey. Emulate Nat Turner. Emulate W.E.B. Du Bois. Emulate the leaders of our
But
past.
don't emulate Arab Black TV because he got his woman living in a cardboard black box.
I can't.
Nah,
Well,
but
You
well,
know,
but Raw,
I
but
you
do
know,
Raw,
I
love.
gotta, you know, I gotta mess with you, Arrow. You know, I gotta
I
mess with
already know. I already know, favor. I already know.
Raw, you know who the Deacons for Defense and Justice who they were, right?
No, I don't.
So you need to look them up. See, those are my people. Those are my people. My uncle started that group back in the '60s. In fact, he started it like 2 months before I was born. And what that group was about, it's called the Deacons for Defense and Justice. And what they would do, they would go out and make sure that the Klan, wasn't killing black people. And it was helping black people get to the polls to vote and all that good stuff.
Okay. I see they
Oh,
got
I
another
So
one in the
remember reading
book.
something about them. Aren't they based out of the East Coast,
it was Louisiana. That's
Louisiana?
where that's where
Okay.
the group was founded, in Louisiana. That's where my people are from. My uncle, my father's brother, started the Deacons for Defense and Justice.
Oh,
Mm,
wow.
That's why I kind of switched my name a little bit, made it DOD,
mhm,
Deacons of
Okay,
Defense.
DOD. I see you over there coming from that good stock. All right.
Yeah.
mhm.
So that's what
And
I'm
it's
that's what I'm
crazy.
saying. That's all I know is to protect black people, families, our children and our women. That's all I know. That's what I was raised. I don't know about excuses and about what we can't do.
Right.
Facts. And
I
that's why,
definitely.
I don't know, man. Our people are very disheartening. Like even the NAACP. Just recently I started hearing about them again. But when I was 3 and 4 years old, like I was marching with the NAACP. So what happened to them? Where did they go?
Hmm. That was like Al
The end
Sharpton
up the
and them.
NAACP.
Yeah.
They were started by white people for white people. The leaders in the NAACP, they're black, right? But they take their cues from from the white dudes.
Mm,
Yeah, I heard something like that too.
right.
But I
That
heard
makes
that
sense.
Black
Research it.
Lives Matter
Research
is a LGBTQ group.
It is.
Mm,
it. It definitely is.
So we don't really have our own black movement per se.
And that's where the problem lies. We don't have
that's
people
pro-black
out
and
there advocating
heterosexual
for
and
us.
pro-family.
So what up with it? Let's get it popping.
Do
We all
we
got
really
these
want it?
platforms.
Do
Let's
do
get it
we really
popping.
want that?
Well, if we
From the
talking
way we
about
talk, it seemed like we don't.
if we talking about all of these issues in the black community, what's good with it? I got 5 on it. Let's get it popping.
I know that's right, bro. Damn, I know that's right.
Cause see, we can't sit around talk about what we ain't got, what we ain't doing, what ain't working, unless we are all individually willing to say, okay, well, how do we get to the table where we could get us all on the right page? Are we all
Right.
willing to sacrifice our creature comforts for the greater good? And
Right.
if people
Oh,
ain't
wait a
willing to
minute.
do
Wait a
that,
minute. You said sacrifice creature comfort. Like what creature comfort?
like being a part of the system,
Well,
like,
I mean,
Mm,
as long as I ain't got to give up my donuts,
oh,
because
nah, we can still have our donuts and stuff, you know what I'm saying? But instead of buying donuts from Dunkin' Donuts, buy it from a Shipley's where it's a black-owned business.
Ah,
Try
that's the key.
WeBuyBlack.com.
Yeah, WeBuyBlack.com. If you see something that you like, research where there's a black business. Use black banks. They still have them. We need to get
Mm.
ourselves back to Black Wall Street level where our dollar circulated 100 times in our community before it went to another community. Don't let me catch y'all behinds down to the Starbucks. Don't let me catch you down to the damn Etsy buying from Becky and her shop when you guys Shaquana and them having their own store on the Etsy too, but ain't nobody supporting that. But y'all
Hey,
Right.
keep
Raw,
going.
look up
Right.
Darren'sCoffee.com. That's a brother
Okay.
here on YouTube that sells
I
coffee.
heard of him.
Yep,
Darren'sCoffee.com.
that's right.
But you know what? I had been stopped going to the Asian nail shops.
Mhm.
Last time I went to an Asian nail shop, it was when I was in Dallas. They tried to play me stupid because I asked them if they took Apple Pay. They told me they did. And when they didn't take Apple Pay, I had to go to the car and they tried to act like somebody was trying to steal their money. Honey, I was
Hmm.
done. Done.
Yeah.
Girl, I got done with them after they cut off my real fingernails. It took me a long time to grow them fingernails. And I went up in there, I told him, I said, look, I need a soak off. And he gonna act like he didn't know what I was talking about. He came out there and he cut my nails, my real nails.
And then call the
Mm.
cops on you when you don't want to pay them because they didn't do the service that you asked them to do.
Yep.
And they don't respect us. This society doesn't respect us because no matter what, we keep putting our money back into the society that doesn't respect us.
Oh my
But you know
gosh,
what?
that.
I kind of think that those Asians don't really want you to have your real nails because that stops you from having to buy those additional add-ons. Because I remember when I came up in there another time, they tried to sabotage me. They put some stuff on my real nails that made my nails break off.
Right. I gotta tell you, going to
Mm.
get that acrylic anyway, it damages your real nail. Ladies, if you want your nails to grow, dip your fingertips in garlic every day. That strengthens your nails. Have them put the gel on your nails. That strengthens your nails. Anytime somebody gotta buff your nail bed, and I did go to cosmetology school as one of them trade programs when I was in high school. Anytime they buff your nail bed, they're damaging your nail. Your nail is not gonna grow. You're gonna be
No, they
dependent.
doing it on purpose so that you can buy those extra add-ons.
Exactly.
Like a doctor who won't cure you, he just keep you coming back to get the medicine.
Right.
Because
Which is
ever since
why
they put that stuff on my nails, I don't know what that stuff is, that dip powder too. My nails will grow, but they be real flimsy now.
nah, girl, put your fingers in some garlic, fresh garlic and olive oil. It very highly concentrated in the garlic. Brush your nails with that every day. I promise you. I promise you, your nails will go crazy.
I'm gonna try it, cause girl, that they really pissed me off. I got up in there, they man cut off all my nails. I was so mad.
Mm-mm, I don't play with them. Just like I don't play with everybody doing my hair either. Everybody can do your hair, and if you got nice hair, they'll be hating and they'll cut your hair and damage your hair too. So, I mean, as a whole, we just got to do better and we just got to invest into our people, into ourselves, and stop sitting back complaining and start actually figuring out how to get everybody on the right page. Part of that would be starting a political party that we could put our money into to get our agendas pushed.
Right.
It's true.
Fact.
Well, we going on the fourth hour. I think this is the perfect time to shut it down. So I'm gonna go ahead and get the final thoughts out here. And I'm gonna start with Eric Black since he came up here and set it off. You made me go 2 extra hours, Eric Black. I'm blaming you. This is your
I'm glad.
fault.
I'm glad I could make the show pop. Help it pop. But nah, nah. I just want to say thanks, or as always, Faye, for having me up. Raw. The conversation is great as always. Dod and everybody. I just love to get it in and just work it out with us. That's all I'm about.
Amen, amen. Good chatting with you.
All right. Thanks for coming up
Thank you.
though.
Hmm.
All right, Rob B. Miss Trouble. What's up?
Well, thanks for having me up here. It was definitely good to get back on your platform and chop it up with you. Um, at the end of the day, I'm gonna keep on saying it and keep on saying it until people get it. When we stop blaming each other and we start communicating with each other and really hearing each other on what the issues is, that's when we'll break the chains that are holding us back as a people. Stop being a victim. Make yourself a conqueror. I love you, Faith, and we'll talk again real soon.
Right back at you, sis. All right, and shout out to Coach Malik for the $5 super chat. And I just want to end it with this because I began the show totally different, where I was stating that a lot of these social programs were separating us as black men and black women, and that's the reason why we vote differently. But based on a lot of the people that came up to the panel that was also around during that era, come to find out, we may have had access to the same programs, but we did not have the same mindset as how to utilize the program in order to get a leg up. And what I want to say to the brothers after learning this is that you got to sometimes, get out of your feelings, swallow your pride. It is not about what other people think about you. If you can go and utilize these programs the same way that these Hispanics utilize these programs to get a leg up, they're not utilizing these programs to stay on the system. A lot of these immigrants come in here and they utilize these programs to get a leg up. So they'll go and they'll get the training, they'll get the education, and they'll get the jobs. So ain't nobody taking nothing from you per se. It's just that they're coming in here and they're taking advantage of opportunities that you're not. So with that said, keep that in mind, black men. The only people holding you back is you. It's not the white man, it's not the black woman. It is how can I say, the Negro mentality, the poverty mindset. We've got to get out of that. But at this rate, I want to thank everybody that came into the chat today, everybody that sent super chats, everybody that sent cash apps. I appreciate you for supporting the channel. This is definitely going towards additional equipment. I already got my mic. So next thing I'm going to get is going to probably be a switcher. And with that being said, continue to come because there will be more great content coming from the channel. Share this channel on your community tabs because that does keep me on top and it attracts new viewers. Also, hit that like button because that also keeps me on top. But at any rate, let me go ahead and sign on out of here. It was a pleasure kicking it with my people, and peace. I'm out.